a vet, huh? Yeah, rude, she's sexy and smooth. A double cross my thief, that's out for my Jews, I'm feeling her in mysterious ways. That's why I stay on point like every single day. I gotta protect this place, I do it for my race, Yeah, you know how it Throw your hands up. Come on. Ain't nobody gonna come here and eat my plate, no. Yo, what happened? My emerald's gone. Somebody gon' get this quick, my word is born. Who coulda did this? That snitch named Rouge. When I catch her, I'ma get her with these tools. There you are. Come here, little thief. Think you can fly and get away quick? Give up the emerald or die. I don't love you. Yeah, you know how it is. Throw your hands up. Come on.
One. It's STEVEM and he's back. Just like Knuckles, but Knuckles is now gone. Can everyone hear me? How are we doing? Just want to make sure everything is right before I begin. Should be okay. Just let me clean up a little. Right. Turn that music way down. There we go. Okay, now let's find my panel. Okay. Where are we at? Let's move my mic a little closer so I can hear myself better. Alright, so mini update. The camera, I have a camera link. Cam link, I guess you'd call it. That stopped working and I've had to send it off to get a replacement. I've only sent it off today as on the mail because they've been really slow in responding to me. I went for technical support. I probably should just went for like the replacement thing straight away, I guess. But they couldn't help me much. So I've sent it in the mail. Hopefully it doesn't get lost and I get fucked. I said I wanted tracking, but I don't know if they gave it to me. They said they put on it needed to be signed, but I don't know. I don't know if it has. Oh, I don't know. Hopefully it just goes well and it just gets sent. But God knows how long it's going to take me to get the replacement back. So today we're just going to be doing some drawing. I have Kat here, but she is on my lap and she is quiet for once. But she's probably going to fall off in a second when I start messing around. So let's see what everyone's saying. How's it going? Yeah, it's okay. It's going. Oh, door. Have yet to see the red line video. Ooh, that's a big. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not seen the red line video. Uh-oh. That's a big strike right there. It's a big strike. I mean, it's in the links if you want to watch it at some point, but I think it was a good one. I'm hoping more people will watch it. It's starting to see a little spike, so this is my opportunity to see if I can boost it again by reminding people it exists. Yeah, we're just doing pretty casually. That's what's happening. I mean, Silver Garden does sound pretty similar. That's how it goes, right? Alright, let's have a look. So everyone can hear me? Yeah, the webcam not working, unfortunately. What will I be drawing today? Alright, there's two things. That I mean, I could draw a Sonic in a bit, maybe. But there are two things that I mainly want to get out of the way. One of them is I want to update an older picture. I did an old collage picture and you want to do some updates to it as like a warm-up. Hopefully my wrist is okay. I haven't been wearing my brace on my hand for a couple hours and I'm starting to feel that it was a bad idea not to do that. So I'm hoping this isn't actually going to hurt, but we'll see. I'm playing it by the ear. It's mostly been alright, my wrist lately, so but yeah, we're going to be drawing a Dasaki, Osamu Dasaki, but in the style of his illustrator friend, kind of like in an Ashton no Joe style. That's going to be one thing I'm going to draw today, and Also, I'll be updating this little illustration as well. I just need to find a nice little other reference picture of Dasaki. Oh, that one's pretty nice. The first one that comes up was pretty good. Says him with even more hair. Actually, no, let's go with this one with even. That one, this one. Alright. So I'm gonna move it there. Okay. How do you make the guy from Lane eye catchers say Redline? Well, that's not a guy from Lane's eye catchers. It is what they call the whisper voice. It is a preset on the Mac computers. It's used commonly in a couple of things, especially in Japan for some reason. Like maybe Japanese people just like that one because Suda51 uses it in his games. I know it's supposedly in Lane. Some other places you can find it as well. Whisper is, yeah, it's just like a voice bank that comes with the software, like the operating system. So as soon as you turn on like voice command or like type to speech on that system, you can change the voice to be whisper, and anything you type will turn into whisper. So yeah, that's how you do it. Why gotta do a video on G-Kids? Why would I do a video on G-Kids? They're American. I can't even buy stuff from G-Kids. So yeah, unfortunately no webcam. I'll have to like actually figure out how this is working, but it should be okay-ish, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We're gonna go into Photoshop in a second. Is it in the Boogie Pop 2000? How old? I'm like 27. 27. Yeah, 27 now. Right, I'm just gonna get the chat up on my phone, and then I'm gonna try and switch over to Photoshop, I reckon. Another Sonic video. Well, probably not, because the first Sonic video didn't do very well. Though I did very much enjoy making it. I didn't do it properly. I don't think I released it at the right exact point or the exact title. I don't know. It was a bit of a difficult one to do. There isn't really much more to talk about for me personally with Sonic. I mean, I've said most of what I want. The only thing I would be saying about Sonic is I don't know if most of you catched up on the drama. It's not really drama, but you know, such is the case here with the internet, right? There was a recent video released by one Jeff Fu on Sonic, and by chance someone sent it to me, and I by chance watched it. I wouldn't usually watch this kind of video, but you know, I like Sonic. It was about character design. Someone had said that they had said something about its lack of citation, and I was like, oh, it can't be that bad. And I watched the video, and I had a lot of problems with it. So I made an incredibly long thread on Twitter, 54 posts about my issues with it in terms of what it lacks in historical context, what it seems to completely miss about like the people who made these games, or interview quotes, or like the kind of theory it's trying to build its momentum on was based off stuff that doesn't even like track in reality, stuff that isn't even true, just stuff like that. Anyway, it was a long-winded thread. It was fun to make. I'm not really interested to turn it into a video though. It took me long enough to write it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've got much else to talk about in terms of Sonic anime, so it's probably not happening. What do I have against G-Kids? Dude, I'm not American. Like, why would I talk about G-Kids? Like, G-Kids only distribute stuff in America. They only hold the distribution rights to Ghibli in America. What would they be going to say about it? I'm not going to shill for a distribution company in my videos. Because I'm not American. Like, I literally can't buy anything from G-Kids that won't be region locked. So, like, there would be no purpose to it. Alright, Cat, you might have to move for a second. I'm trying to get my water. So you're either going to fall off, or you're not going to like it. Alright, I've got my water. Okay, I guess you're leaving, are you? my music videos, or my videos on music. I mean, they were fun to make, but unfortunately YouTube doesn't seem to want me to do many more of those unless it's on really, you know, YouTube's a bit funny with like what you're, like my channel is based on animation. I've done a couple of videos on music stuff, but they've really only broke through when they've had like outside pushes from different websites and such. So usually doing like videos on random musicians doesn't do me any good. Although I did enjoy making them, especially the recent one on Lorelli's Denudi. That one I really enjoyed making. Although it seems like there's been a huge outburst of videos on that band since I made mine. So maybe I timed mine too early? I don't know. Interesting topic nonetheless. Alright, well here's the problem with a region 3 player. Region 3 players are expensive. I already have a PS3 that I use for my projector in my room. And we have a DVD player, well, we have a Blu-ray player downstairs too. And then I have a Blu-ray player in my computer, which I use specifically to like rip stuff off, like, well, attempt to like get stuff off discs, which I can't like access for work. Like for work-related, you know, videos and such. But I don't really like using it because it's very cumbersome. Because there are only certain like players that will actually even play stuff from like different regions. Because computers can be really fickle about picking out different regions. So for example, VLC will just not play my Blu-rays whatsoever. I have to use a very specific program that's kind of a bit janky to use them. So like it's not a very pleasant way to experience it. And I prefer to watch my films through my projector, through my PS3. I don't want to have to spend £100+ to get a region 3 player for something that shouldn't even exist, because we already have 3 players in the house. It is absolutely outrageous for a company to expect me to do that, not only on top of like the import fees. Like there's just no reason for me to do that. Like why would I waste my money on something that just, it shouldn't even exist to begin with? Yeah, pretty much, well, like most stuff is, unless it says otherwise, it's all region locked. Yeah, Take On Me was actually animated in Britain, by the way, everyone. I don't know if you knew that. But yeah, it was some British animators that did it. They got like a director to come in and basically shoot the whole thing, and then it was like a small group of animators in England who had to spend days among weeks just like reanimating it all. I mean, 4K Blu-rays are all region 3, but I'm not going to get a 4K Blu-ray player, Jesus Christ. I don't have a 4K screen, what a waste that would be. Yeah, the region the idea of region lock should be destroyed to begin with. But even so, it's even worse. Well, it still exists on the internet though, because streaming services are all like region locked. So like the content that you have on like Crunchyroll in America is not the same content you have in England, which has a much limited more display. So like region locks still exist, but they tend to be like region lock distribution now. What video of mine do I feel nostalgic watching? I don't rewatch my videos unless I'm doing commentaries. What was I... Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Vlad Love. I saw about half of Vlad Love. I liked what I saw. It was a bit up and down though. I thought it was a little bit inconsistent. I was kind of hoping it would probably be more something other than it was, I guess. But it's fine. I don't really have much to say about it though, like from like a critical perspective. Anime piracy is just like the way that it has to be sometimes, you know. Anime companies don't particularly make it very easy to archive their stuff. I don't think it's good nor bad. I think it's just you know, a necessary, well, it's just part of the ecosystem, unfortunately. Have I done a video on independent animation? No, not necessarily, because I don't know how I'd market that. They used to dub anime in Cardiff? Yeah, I knew they used to do some dubs around here. I think the Devilman dub, like from the OVA era, was actually done in England somewhere, or somewhere in the Britain area. But I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of like dubbing that happens all over. Alright, so 4K Blu-rays are region free, but a normal Blu-ray player on a 4K Blu-ray is still region locked. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not necessarily, unless the VPN is willing to unless pay me to shield their service and give me free service. I'm not really caring. I don't care. I think that VPNs like that you buy, I think they're an extreme amount of money for what they do. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about them really. I wouldn't buy one personally. How's it going, everyone? Anyway, I mean, I don't really want to get too far into this topic, but speaking of one issue that's come up recently with the PS3, I still have a PS3. I use it from time to time, but like since they're shutting down the online service, I've been really like having an existential crisis about like, I have PS3 games I still wanted to play or haven't played on it. Like, what about patching them? How am I going to patch these old games if they've like shut down the PlayStation service? Am I just not going to be able to patch them unless I do some sort of weird magic? What about all those online games? What about the games I've downloaded but like haven't like I mean, games I bought on the PS3 but I haven't downloaded? Are they just gone now? Like, I have a copy of Yakuza 5 on my PS3 that hasn't been like installed. Is that just gone in like by the summertime? Am I not going to be able to access that? Like all these exclusive games from the PlayStation Sony store, is that all just gone to time unless you pirate it? Like, had they literally just lost this giant like piece of an archive of like that generation of consoles? Is that just going to be thrown to the wind because they don't care? Like, I'm just so tired of this. Yeah. If you download them onto a hard drive, you can still play them. I mean, I guess so, but then if I want to access them later, or my PS3 shits to bed, I've lost it. Okay, I mean, that would be nice by the emulators, but the emulator needs to work. Like, that's my issue, right? The emulator needs to work on whatever you've got running. I don't know, like, my last time I tried to run an emulate that, I don't know if it will work on my computer. Maybe it's going to have some issues. Emulation isn't, like, always perfect. There seems to be some issues there sometimes. I don't think it's the perfect solution. It's probably the only solution we have, but what are you going to do with that? Oh, how's it going, Adam? Anyway, let's start doing some drawy bits. I need to do some updates on this picture. Technology decay over time, not just PS3 mobile phones. Yeah, I mean, technology, yeah. Well, I mean, you need to archive it somewhere, right? Alright, let me see if I can switch over. Yeah, we need the guts theme. That's what we need when the PS3 store fucking shuts down. The guts. Alright, let me see if I can switch this over. I actually didn't check I was all prepared or not, so let me see if this works. So, okay, there we go. So I'm jumping in here, and I've got my tablet going. Oh, where's my pen? Where did I put the pen? Oh dear. Where did I put that? Oh dear. Oh, there it is. It's hidden. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I found my pen. I found my fucking tablet pen. Blast Forces by Hirasawa. What of the song? I'm not really sure. Or is it just another Hirasawa song? Alright, so there was a couple of things I wanted to do this picture because I want to do some stuff with it later. So the first things I wanted to do is I wanted to create a reflection with this little area in the picture. So we're going to copy it, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to flip it. I'll probably do. So we're going to, so horizontally, I'm going to change the option, maybe go for an overlay. No, that doesn't work. Darken maybe. Maybe like that, but I'm gonna, yeah, do something like that. Like that. I'm gonna paint it through. Oh, Forces from Berserk. Yeah, that's a pretty cool track. Oh, I see you mean Blast, like music, yeah. What kind of tablet am I using? It's still quite new to me. This is a Huon Canvas 16-inch. You know, I actually think I made this image before the new Blade Runner came out. I think this is older than the new Blade Runner film. Let's smooth out some of these shadows. I'm gonna really blend them in a bit. Alright, it's Bob Ross time. Just blend this in a little bit. Blend it all in. Just a little tap, 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 tap there. And tap this brush. And tap the devil out of it. Wait, did I tap too much away? Wait, oh dear. Was that too much? Maybe I just increased the capacity a bit. Alright, that should do. Bob Ross of anime, nice. I mean, I don't think it is, but I don't think it's Richard. I don't think it's Deckard or anything. I think this is just reality. Melting away, as usual. So there was the second thing I want to do this as my kind of warm-up here, is I wanted to take this figure here, and I thought it would be better if this figure was a bigger in the frame. So this is a... I feel like it feels a little small. I don't know, I don't like the size of it currently. I think there's something nice to say with the reflection there, although I may keep the reflection and try and just... yeah. So I'm going to do Command C... Ooh, wrong thing. So I'm going to take this figure here. Make him big. Yeah, I'd say maybe that big. Just about figuring out where I want him. Maybe about there. Let's put him there for a second. How's it going, Spence? And DWK. Oh, Adam, I used to have a hue on canvas, but the shit screen was too weak. What do you mean by the screen exactly? By it being too weak? Well, like, in terms of, like, sensitivity, brightness, etc.? I don't know what you mean. I'm not adding any pop-up menus. It was one of the older ones from like 2000. Oh, this is like a new one, so I don't think there's any issue. It's like glaze proof, the screen. Like you can still see it in the sun. It's actually a little bit strong in terms of brightness on the eyes. Kind of blows my eyes out a bit if I look at it too long. Should anime be treated differently from the rest of animation? No. Oh, the colours were off, were they? Bad contrast and stuff. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, this one seems to be about the same quality as my current screen, so... I don't know if my current screen's that good, but you know, it does the job. Right. So... let's blend this fucker in. Just blend it back in. Blend it back in. Tap, tap, tap. Just blend it back in. blend them in. Yeah, that feels nicer. That feels like there's a bit more depth in the picture. So let me just adjust him a bit and see how he looks from different sort of areas. And maybe I could get him a bit bigger in the shot, like that maybe. I better be careful with that. Oh, it's too far. Step forward. Alright, back there. Alright. About like a month ago, I bought a Cintiq 24 Pro with my contract money. Oh, nice! Oh, this can be my lifetime work tablet. I hope so. 24 tablets is a beast. I hope it does you well. You're probably going to need it on like a crane arm or something. I was trying crane arms for this one, but unfortunately my 16-inch tablet is like too small for a crane arm, but not like big. It's too big for like a tablet hand, but too small for a crane arm. So I bought a crane arm for my actual normal screen instead. Missing the umbrella part. The umbrella's still there. I mean, they've done like hand-drawn games before, but it's very complicated about the systems which they work within, because of like how a game tends to run at 60, but obviously you tend to hand-drawn at like 24, and it's about having the right amount of frames for like reactions and hits and shots. Like Skullgirls does this, and it's not like it's impossible to do it, but it's a very fine-tuned skill to get right, and it does limit you a lot, which in ways that 3D models don't limit you. This is why Guilty Gear moved away from that into like these 3D models, because like you have a lot of more options with 3D models, even if you try and emulate 2D with those 3D models, than you would with hand-drawn pictures. Oh, thanks, Jade. Oh, your dorm desk is too weak. Oh, fair. I guess you could always get a better desk as well at some point. I mean, it's a good investment to have a good desk, you know? Oh, thanks. Yeah, the 1992 video's out now. That was a fun time. Yeah, I've got one for my screen now, which is saved. Like, it means, well, what it effectively means is that, like, with the screen arm on my main screen, right, or with the arm on my screen, or I then have now like 3 books that I've piled with the stand of my tablet to like rise it up. So like I have space. My desk is just like my tablet now. That's how it be. Yeah, probably have to wait until after college. That's fair. You have to move your tablet every time I eat. Oh, bless you. That's kind of annoying, but yeah, I get you. Alright, now let's look at this image again. So, like, I kind of like where this is at. How high can I get him going? I don't know, that might be too high. Okay, it's about feeling out where I want him to be in the shot. I kind of like being able to see the signs. But maybe I can actually move him just a bit more. Like here? I don't know. But maybe I can move him to about here. It's really... How's it going, Floggy? How's it going, baby? Why am I making 2010 vaporwave art? That is a question. Oh, this is an older piece, but I've resurrected it because I want to do something with it later on. So I wanted to do. Basically, I wanted to take this fella and just make him a bit bigger in the shop, which is what I've done. And I think I kind of like where it's at. I don't remember where I got this fella from though, and since I've been collaging this mixed media, I do worry if I'm using too much of him or not. But I mean, I've effectively ran him through a lot of different processes, so he's kind of a different person than he once was. He's this obscured, like, printed out, blurred man who's now cropped from a different angle in a completely different space. So maybe that's enough random adjustments. I don't fucking know. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I'm sure it's okay. I don't know. I think with collage, it's kind of like a grey area. Yeah, I just removed a bit of his. There you go. This is why he's different. He has less of an elbow. There you go. There's my maximum difference there of adjustments. Yeah, I think that's where I wanted it to be at. I think that's kind of what I wanted it to be. Let me just scream out, yeah. That will probably do. I think that's what I wanted. How do you break the one-man project cycle? I have no idea. One-man project cycle, like, I like the idea of my friends grouping together to finish animations and essays, but it's too ambitious. But are too ambitious for one person? I mean, you have to invite them to do it, right? Like, you're gonna have to, like, if you want to do a project with someone else, you need to, the issue with doing a project with someone else is you need to make sure they're actually dedicated to doing that project, right? And then you need to like get a schedule with them, or like figure out what they're doing, what you're doing, and working it out. Like working out things in the team can be really awkward. So you need to make sure you can trust them and that you know what you're both doing and you're both on the same page. I mean, it's probably best to start small. Like if you want to know the people you're working with, you need to know you can at least trust them on a small scale project before you start a big one. How's the COVID situation in England? No, not great, not great. I don't know, well, like the vaccination program is doing very well, but the situation in COVID isn't exactly amazing. But most of the places are still in lockdown. It's been better, we're basically back to September numbers now, which isn't amazing, but it's better than it has been. I mean, I don't know, they're fighting on the news now about like COVID passports or something stupid. We'll see how it goes. It depends how fast we can get the vaccinations to everyone, and hopefully there's not a third wave to like counter it. I mean, the US didn't see a lot of animation before like the 90s, so you know, take your pick. I miss his elbows. His elbow's still there. It's kind of just a bit shorter. Do I have Instagram? I once had an Instagram, and then Instagram fucked me, and it spam filled me with like thousands of followers that aren't mine. So my Instagram feed was destroyed, and it has they were just like, it just auto followed like hundreds of accounts, and it wouldn't do anything about it. So I just stopped using it. So I don't use my Instagram anymore. I haven't used it in years. Kind of at the present, I've just never wanted to using it again, because fuck them. After doing that shit, like it ruined it. Like I actually quite used to like using it. Like I had a small amount of follow people that I used to know, and like artists, and it was nice. And now it's just like complete garbage. Germany, the COVID numbers go bruh. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that in a lot of places. Oof, pretty much everything that was released during Japan during COVID. Ow. Man, that sucks. I mean, I guess at least we're getting like vaccinated quickly, or attempting to. My friend, well, one of my friends has gotten vaccinated already, and a couple of my family members have gotten vaccinated. So there is that element to it. But I guess there's still lots to get done. Ooh, here we go. Chaotix, fucking Chaotix gang. The Chaotix gang is here. I'd say this is pretty alright. So I've done what I wanted to do with this. So I'm gonna flatten it. Oh, and I'm gonna make this 10-2, and not the Final Fantasy game. You might have been hacked. There was a recent ad block extension that logged into your IG and followed people without letting you know when the extension changes hand. I have no idea because it was years ago and I don't log back onto it. Maybe I should just delete the whole account. I don't know. Can you even delete an Instagram account? It might be worth doing. I mean, there's been a fair amount of movies that haven't been able to get to America yet. I don't think the vaccine will fix everything, but it will be part of the step plan to make things less terrible. Just because it's gonna it's gonna save, well, it's gonna help a lot of people who are vulnerable, right? Okay, maybe I'll look into like just deleting my Instagram and totally, maybe just start a new one. I don't know. I don't think I'd use it, to be honest, so maybe I'll just done with Instagram, just delete the whole thing. Alright, so this is saved now. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to get into actual drawing something else. So I'm going to jump back to here. And turn on... Page 5, there we go. We're back to this face for a second. I'm just going to switch over to the next program. Hopefully it's working. I haven't actually checked Clip Studio Paint in a couple of days. It likes to just break on Windows 7, so... How's it going, Abdul? I think it's kind of whack that some animators won't be able to watch the movie they worked on. Yeah, that really sucks. I feel bad for them. I mean, that's like dedications of years of their, well, maybe years of their life, months, years of their life, and can't even watch the film. Oh, savage. We don't even know where our cuts look like when it's out. Yeah. Hopefully one day you get to watch it, though. I mean, it's not forever, right? Yep, I'm still using Windows 7. For how much longer, I don't know. But, for now at least. I think my days on this platform, on this operating system, are numbered. Alright, let me just, I'm just setting up a document now. Oop. I'm setting up a document to draw my Dazaki. Or attempt to draw my Dazaki. Where did I save that image? I don't even remember. Why didn't I move from Windows 7? because I fucking hate Windows 10 so much. But unfortunately, even if my fucking ungodly boiled hatred for Windows 10 is what it is, I don't think I've got much choice but to move to it eventually. But God, I can't fucking stand it. I think using Windows XP again is probably a little too dangerous now, considering malware and all that shit. It's probably a little too dangerous to be using Windows 7, I hear that, you know. I don't know if it's really as safe as it once was. Yeah, Windows 7 does have everything you need, it's true. It's just like some of the issues I've had recently are generally to do with like programs. Like Clip Studio Paint like breaks on it like every couple of months. Just because of that, and like other programs like upscaling, AI upscaling kind of programs don't work on it if I want to do like more than one picture at a time. They just don't work. You can't stream from Discord with it. And I've had issues, I think I have issues with it from OBS. I don't know, I have a feeling that I'm not quite sure if the operating system or if it was the actual device for like my cam link was the issue, because I couldn't get it working on my laptop either. But it feels to me that like as these platforms keep moving forward, the harder and harder it will be to continue to use Windows 7. Yeah, so like, while Windows 7, I have no issue with using it as a program, it does feel like I'm being pushed towards having to update, ultimately, if I want to continue using stuff, or if I want to start moving towards more up-to-date programs, or like more like different ways of doing stuff. Yeah, I'll take it, kitty. But I'll worry about it when that bridge comes. I'll worry about that then. I don't know how you're getting streaming to work on Discord with Windows 7, because you can stream, but sound is not like you can't do sound. Like sound, I mean, when Discord says it themselves, like the only thing you can do with sound is Windows 10. So like I can show people what's on my screen, but I can't show them what it sounds like, which can be issues. I'm just getting stuff prepped here. I think I'm ready to go in our Clip Studio. So, boop. Boop. Here we go. So I've got the two images I want, and this is what I want to go with today. I think the hair on Rikishi is pretty close to Dazaki, so I don't think there's much transfer that needs to be done. I've heard Microsoft has made a claim to buy Discord. I don't think they are buying Discord. It depends if Discord wants to be bought by them, which I've heard mixed results on. So we'll have to see on that one. I don't want to say it's confirmed yet. I don't really like the idea of Microsoft buying them, considering Microsoft doesn't seem to have a very good track record with anything they buy. I mean, $10 billion is a drop in the pond for Microsoft. They also bought Skype, didn't they? Wasn't that them? Or am I thinking of someone else? I don't know. God damn, he's covering his chin. I don't know what his chin actually looks like. Well, for now we'll give him a Rikishi chin. That's all I need to worry about it. Oh shit, I put that on the wrong layer. Oops. Okay. Well, start again. New layer. Wait, I'll just draw over, I guess. Or make some improvements on top of it. Furry porn on Discord. Spamming Microsoft with furry. I mean, they'll have to hire someone to look through that. Poor guy. Yeah, they bought a bunch of game companies recently, or they've acquired them. I don't know if they necessarily want to, like, have much control over them. I think it rather seems to be that they bought a lot of different video game companies over the last couple of years, just so they can have, like, exclusive deals on them when they release stuff. And probably just to fund their games because they know they're popular. So they bought a couple companies in terms of like Ninja Theory, Obsidian. Obsidian's technically owned by Microsoft now. I mean, it could be a net bonus for those companies if they just want to keep making games. And Microsoft has given them an easy way of doing that with like very little caveat on their side. But we'll see how that actually affects them later on. Now that Skype basically replaced Discord, you mean Discord replaced Skype, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. 7.5 billion. So damn, I mean, if Discord's worth more than Discord's worth more than Bethesda these days. There you go. Yeah, I mean, buying everything is probably not... Well, last time Microsoft tried to buy up the whole industry, didn't they get into some big trouble in the 90s? I don't think that will happen this time, though. Alright, so let's... Wait a minute. I think actually I went not far enough with this side. Oh. Come on. Where did I get these colors? Oh, okay, there we go. I'll work out the planes a bit. Quite like the oh, no, I don't like those lines. Alright. I like these though. I like the sort of mutton chops. I think this look good for what we'll be doing. Yeah, they do actually have very matching eyebrows, which makes me wonder. I am drawing Dazaki. Man also looks like he's been jumped by a bunch of rats. I mean, he's boxing, so yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if you were boxing, you look like you got attacked by rats. Especially if your opponent was a rat. A really big one. Oh, oh dear. I just knocked my phone and it switched videos to my new video on Redline. Which you can all watch in the pinned tweet. There you go, that was not, that really did happen. That was not a plug from me at all. Both of those things happened. His nose is quite round, so I'm going to round the edges on this one. Yeah, he's like the person that it's in the style of is his longtime colleague, Sugeno or something along those lines. I should probably know his name more. To be fair, I want him to probably see that's a very death stare look. I probably want him to be looking a lot chiller than that, so I might lower his eyelids down a bit and make his pupils a little bit more like calm, like that. Just because I don't think Dasaki is going to be looking like that. I don't think he's going to have the look of a man who's getting beaten the shit out of. I think he's going to be looking like, hey, what's going on? I'm Dasaki. That's my Dasaki impression. Was it good? It's quite fair eyebrows as well. They're quite faint, so I'll probably take that into consideration. Also, we want to add some glasses. Like that. Whoop. I might soften up his chin as well, to be fair. Maybe we can add a smile. Right. Soften that chin. I can't see his chin, so I don't actually... I should have found a picture of his chin as well. Oh well. Maybe in a little bit I will. So I'm going to keep it like that for now. We'll adjust there a bit. Rikishi is the first anime character who had a... Alright, yeah, no spoilers in the chat. But yes, he had, Rikishi had a ceremony for him in 1970. This is true, and it was pretty wild and pretty popular. It looked like the image that they had of him on the picture was from the anime, from what I've seen, but I've seen two different pictures. I need to recall what I looking at the other one, but there was definitely a picture of Rikishi there. To be fair, I don't really like to think about things like as a strict favorite because there's no one to me that comes off the top of my head. I do really like Dasaki, to be fair, but I don't know if I'd call him my favorite. A man bed video about the Ashita. Yeah, the Ashita cartoonist is pretty good. I saw that the Arno doc was from NHK, but it's still being subbed, from what I understand. I know the documentary you're talking about, Adam, yeah. I actually downloaded it the other day, like, because I knew it would get deleted very quickly. But I'm waiting on the subtitle tracks. Everyone on Twitter starts flexing with their experience with Arnie. That's fucking funny. Well, I bet the animators are coming out to play. Remy's father and not Joe's my rival? Been watching too much Naki no Remy. I mean, he worked on that too, didn't he? I do, like I said, I got a copy of it, but I need to wait for that subtitle track, which someone I think is supposed to be working on. Right, now I need to look at this for a second. To be fair, like this character design over here, this one here, is quite a common one for Sugeno style. Because I remember when I first saw it, it reminded me of the character designs he did for the film Cleopatra, which was a Mushi Productions film. It was called Cleopatra of Sex in the West. There's a character that looks very much like this, because it was designed by him as well. So what I think we're going to do here, I'm going to do some mild adjustments on everything. I think the nose needs to go up higher. So I'm going to push it up higher. Oh, wrong layer again. Oh my god, I've been drawing the wrong fucking layer again. Oh, fucking kill me. Kill me now. Fucking hell. Is this the when will they create a program that will stop me doing that, huh? Bam, 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 bam. I feel like Dasaki's nose is a little bit higher up. And I might cut off a lot of the chin. I should have brought the lips up too, to be fair, because I can't have them that low if the nose is up higher. Why has it copied it twice? What's it doing? What's happening? Why is it... God damn it. Nope. Wait. Oh, is it on the other fucking layer? Jesus Christ. Alright. Okay, I drew it twice there. So what do I want to do here? I want to shave off a bit here. I'll take the chin in as well. Maybe there. I'm gonna carve a bit out of the side of the face. Hopefully I'm on the right layer now. Okay, I'm starting to see some progress. That Sonic Fred on Twitter was good shit. Yeah, it was a lot. I made a medium post version of it where I cleaned it up because I type like with wild abandonment, even when I've actually done like some revisions of it. So like, you know, the further you go through the thread, the less sense I start making as my grammar falls apart. So there is a version on medium which is a bit cleaner, where I've just sort of updated it and sort of don't have a character limit. So that's at the end of the thread if people want to read it like in a very convenient manner. The manga about Arno, made by his wife, is really funny. Yeah, I mean, have you seen his wife? She's like a model. Like, Arno, when he was younger, fucked. Like, that guy was hot as fuck. I mean, you wouldn't notice it nowadays, because, like, he's so unassumingly, like, old man. Like, you know, unapologetic, like, doofus. But, like, in his early days, man, that guy was fucking smoking. Like, you think, you know, when you see the version on TV with, like, Blue Blazers, you go like, oh, they just got some handsome man to play Arno. It's like, no, he really was that attractive. He really was someone else. Like, the way, with his long hair and stuff, and, like, his outfits, like, he was looking fine. No wonder he got himself his model girlfriend, somehow, even though he's the biggest nerd on the planet. Blue Blazers is so good. That is true, Adam. Yeah, I mean, I think people emphasize the markets that they know. Coral tender, like you'll tend to see that a lot, but they'll emphasize what they know, the markets, and to some degree, it's not their fault because like it's sometimes hard to find information about other markets, but it is also important to register that like the world moves beyond where you stand, especially when you're talking about quite a broad factor. Like one of the more interesting ones, say for example about Sonic, right? So with Sonic, the early Sonic games weren't actually as big in Japan, and that's something I think I bring up in one of my videos, is that like there was a period called like, there was a project in the mid to late 90s which was supposed to try and like popularize Sonic in Japan, and that's where they were going to do stuff like I mean, they did the OVA at that period, they were going to be having this movie coming out, they had like Sonic on Sonic Jam, and there was going to be Sonic Extreme, like all these things were supposed to come out to like really try and push Sonic more to like a Japanese audience, because they had created it in mind with a American consumer. Although when they were creating Sonic 2, they added a bunch of stuff to try and appeal more to a Japanese consumer. Like Tails was apparently basically focus tested to be like the Japanese character. In fact, a lot of the time in the early period, apparently, supposedly, Tails was confused to be a girl because of the cute factor. Yeah, I like this pencil brush. I get on with it. Yeah, I mean, I think they did a really good job adapting it from what I've seen. I haven't seen too much of the manga because I don't think it was ever like officially translated. I have seen a couple like frames, and it's pretty cool. I'd like to read it because I imagine the manga goes further, because it feels a bit abrupt in the TV show. It kind of just feels like they just teleport through like decades, but maybe that was the intention. I don't know. You'd probably be able to tell me better. A lot more in it. Oh god, that would be so good. Oh, it'd be so good to read that then if there's so much more in it. Oh man, that would be so cool. Just because I really like watching it. The experience was really fun. And I did feel at the end like, man, I could really do with more of this. Yeah, I mean, for what it was, I think the show was fantastic. Like, I think it was one of the greatest, like, adaptations of that sort of concept, down to, like, style and tone. Like, the scene where he's in the theater, like, shouting about Rocky, like, that's so good. That's so good. So, like, yeah, it's visual style and, like, comedy, and, like, the guy they got to play him, just so... Oh, he just sold it so well. Okay, I'm starting to see a little bit in this. Might want to make the nose wider and maybe higher again. Actually, Maybe I'll shrink his eyes a little bit too. Just because I feel like Dazaki's eyes seem a little bit more casual than like the fire in Rikishi's. The best dramatic spoken ever written. I don't know what spoke. I'm not sure what you mean with that context. If it's about blue blazers, I'll agree. Because I probably do agree. Right, I gotta take into consideration, so this is where his nose is. I think the line here is actually a bit more like that. And then there's like a cross up there. You actually don't see the top of his eyes, but maybe I'll add them in on this version, like that. Yeah, it would be cool to make this look a bit like a postcard memory if I could at the end, but we'll see. If I get through the sketch period, that is. To give it that feeling would be quite cool. See if I can get the shades in right. Yeah. Okay. So you can kind of see his hair on this side as well, so I might want to bring in a little bit of this. Like that. Maybe we should add a bit of sparkle to his eyes too. A little glimmer. Zoom in a little bit. Just a little fire in the eyes there. Under his glasses, which will probably be a little shady. I'm gonna have to move him because I can't get the whole head in. Oh dear, there's gonna be some adjustments needed again. I might need to get another picture. But let's clean up this angle here. Yeah, I want to make his nose a slight. I'm just going to change the shape of the nose a little bit. Oop. There we go. I think that shape's a little better. Okay. Well, thank you, Jade. I'm glad you're enjoying the picture. Yeah, we're just we're just chilling here. This is kind of like impromptu. I'm not trying too hard to be perfect with this sort of stuff. I'm just trying to figure out what I want. considering what we're doing here with the hair, might pull this back too. I feel more, it might make more sense if it's like that. Let me just feel like maybe it would go. Oh, I'm on the wrong type of brush, aren't I? I am. Let me go back to my brush. Maybe I feel like it would be a bit more. Yeah, okay. Okay. Maybe we cut this angle too. Have I seen the Man Ben documentaries? What do you mean by the Man Ben anyway? Is this the mangaka series? Are you talking about? It's not. I don't know if they're necessarily documentaries. They're kind of like you go to each day they go to like a different like mangaka's like studio. Is that the one you're talking about? It really screams, "What's up? I'm Dasaki." Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's definitely true. I'm working on it. I think I just need to get the hair correct, but his face is a bit. I think I might have to keep cutting the chin down a bit. I haven't seen. All right, I'm gonna have to go find a picture of Dasaki's chin because I want to figure out what kind of like chin he has. Is it a strong chin? Is it a weak chin? Because I may want to adjust it from here to be a different shape. Yeah, they're like interviews, aren't they? I mean, I guess they could kind of be considered documentaries in a way. I'm not sure if that's what the series is supposed to be, but I've seen some episodes before, yeah. I think I've seen the episode with like the creator of Golgo 13, Pun Pun, a couple others. I'm pretty sure it's been a while. Hydration break. Okay. So 1 second, I'm gonna split out of this. I'm gonna bring back me, and I'm gonna find that image of Dasaki I want. Ah, I see. Yeah. So there's definitely something to be said. He's got a really strong square jawline, but it's very like particular. So I'm gonna get a different image to really accentuate what we're looking for. Maybe this one? Yeah. Alright, for now this one will do. Yeah, that's good to know, because yeah, we're gonna have to switch up his jaw a bit. Okay, so now I'm gonna get back to it. So yeah, as we can see, man has a very flat square jaw, which means I'm gonna really adjust this this jaw. I mean, yeah, no person may have a picture as strong as a cartoon, but I think the thing with taking a character and bringing them into like a cartoon world is you have to know what like aspects define them, and then find ways to accentuate them, so they still feel like that person. Oh, cat's here. So like something like that would probably feel much more like the Zaki, even though I'm going to adjust it. So this is where I'm going to stay, and then I'm going to cut a bit off there, just a bit there. I'm going to, oh yeah, we're going to really figure out. I want something like that. Maybe even like going further down. So it's like that. I think that feels like the Saki to me. Yes? You want to leave already? You want to go? You know the door's right there. There you go. I'll be back in here in a second, I guarantee. Let's remove that line for a sec. Yeah. God damn it, cat. Maybe let's strengthen out his eyebrows a bit. A little bit. I mean, he's got very faint eyebrows, but I just want to make sure I know where they are. Maybe we can add a bit of this in. Like, we can add a bit more of a... God damn it, cat. Like that. No, actually, no, not like that. What I'm going to do... probably make it more like that. Like an actual shape. Maybe we can see like that. So that's the rest of his ear. With a bit more of his hair popping out. Maybe we do something like Rikishi here. Have a part of his hair like pop out like that to signify the top of his ear. Maybe as well we carve into it. Carve into that there. Let's carve into the whole thing a bit. Yeah, okay, I'm liking the shape. Is that Doug Walker? God, no. Oh, gross. Hello, I'm Dazaki. I remember it, so you don't have to. Yeah, I mean, Dazaki's chin's really square. Like, you can't... The picture I have there isn't, like... You can't see a huge... You can't feel it as much, but, like, from a different angle, you can really feel how square his jaw was. Very hot. Nice. I guess to figure out is where the rest of them is at. So let's say, like, you know, let's hypothetically say. Actually, no, I want to go like higher up, like Rikishi here, but not too high. So I'm gonna say he's like there. Like that, maybe. Then I'm gonna add in the area there. Like that. Something like that. I'll find some new tracks as well in a second. Got to figure out the shape as well here. I figure out what shape are we going with. Maybe I need another character. Oh, I might need a bolding character to figure out where the line would be for a Dazaki character. Maybe that would be. That feels okay for now. Top 5 chins in anime, yeah. Real crimson chin over here. The Zakis are going to be on the boxing field himself. He's going to come out. He's got that burning flame in his eyes, you know. Alright, so let's maybe darken the areas around the eyes here. I'll simplify down here as well. Oh, wrong brush again. Alright, let's look at this second line here. So we have a line for that. To be a bit more like, there's a bit more in. God damn it. Wrong brush again. I think I'm going the wrong way there. Usually the lines on the nose go the opposite way. So give me a second. It's usually that way. So that makes more sense. So like the trajectory of the nose, like the planes. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I'm getting somewhere now. The shape of chin is yet to come. Nice. I'm liking the chin puns, everyone. Keep them up. May even add a little bit more. Just a little bit more on the bottom. Wait a minute, nope, nope. No, keep it like that. How's it going, Isa? Yeah. Thanks, Jade. I'm glad you enjoyed watching. We're getting there. All right, so. Oh. Let's see. Probably want to go pretty dark down here. In this area, where the neck is. darker on the eyes too. Ready to feel it out. I need to figure this line out though. How far? I think the hair actually might need to. We may need to pull back the line a bit where the hair is. So it might be a case of it being like, yeah, a bit like that. Shape-wise, we want a different, more of the skull. You see, his hair tends to be quite slick. Like, shoo. I'm doing a different kind of shape here. I'm taking some liberties, let's say. Oh. Same with this hair over here. I might need a bit more. Figuring this out. Because how much of this over here needs to exist? Okay, 1 second. I'm going to do some mild adjustments on let's bring back Mr. Image. Oh, this one. There we go. I'm going to grab a couple things. God damn it. It's annoying. Mr. Coach doesn't have any hair. What's his name? Who's the champion? His hair's kind of like that. Champion. Jose, right? It's kind of got like a receding hairline thing. Kind of. The way he's drawn is different though, but I'm going to use that as an example to take in. So I'm going to take that in and pull him up, and I'm going to grab, ran out of music, so let's find some music to put in the little background there for a second, just to fill some space, I guess, while I'm drawing, so I don't have to keep talking every 2 seconds. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Let's get back to this, baby. I'm looking at Jose for examples of what I'm doing with the hair. I could actually put it in the right layer though. Oh. I wonder if some animators include themselves as characters or extras in their work, like film directors. Yeah, they actually do that. Tezuka is all over his work, but also in Lupin Season 1, both Otsuka and Miyazaki are in shots, including the last episode. And they also make reference to different things. Like you might see Miyazaki's first car. You might see the Jeep that Otsuka used to ride. Yeah, you probably will see them in the background sometimes, just like for fun. Like it's like I believe Miyazaki did it before with his son, with Goro. I think Goro's in a couple of these. I think Goro might be in Lupin as well. So I've got to figure out this gear a little bit more actually. Make sure it's all in the right place. Get Doug out. Doug does not have this much hair. Get him out of here. Doug is out. He's banned. He's not allowed in this room. The last thing I ever want to see is Doug talk about the Zaki. I guess maybe he has in some passing note. Maybe he's talked about like some sort of American thing he's done. He's talked about Nemo, but he wasn't really involved in the final one. I don't think he ever talked about the pilots. Let's keep it that way. So let's say that's the ear, right? That's the shape we're going for. Actually, no. Let's copy the ear a bit. Maybe I can just clean up the whole area here for a second, just to make sure that the ear reads better. So we know it's more at the bottom of the ear too. They seem to do like straight lines. So the right brush back. Yeah, I can really bring up the bridges. All the way. Was he in Kimber? What, Tezuka? I'm not sure. Maybe. The thing with Tezuka though is like he likes his cast to be like a rotating actors. Like he thinks of his characters in his mangas as like a rotating cast, so that a lot of his characters like are recurring, and I think he probably is also involved in that, probably like as a director. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a version of him all over, but he'll probably be playing a very similar role. How's it going, Gabe? Actually, to be fair, looking at the eyes of Jose here, like they sort of match with the Zaki sort of feeling a lot more, because it's like a really calm measure to them that I might bring back in. Oh god, wrong brush again. brushes. Could we also go over? Yeah. Probably want to knack it up as well. So we can feel the difference between those 2 points. Yeah, alright, this is coming together. I don't know, sir. How about you try 70s, 80s feel, considering who we're doing here. I wouldn't necessarily say it's 90s, but I guess, yeah, you know, Dazaki made stuff in the 90s too. Oh, thanks, Max. Yeah, we're doing okay here on the channel, Gabe. We're just decompressing and drawing. The drawing, of course, yeah, nice. Yeah, I like the subtle, the smirk, the sort of confidence I'd like from Dazaki here. The spark in his eye. Like, yeah, I made some good shit. How do you say this name? Yes. So, this is Osamu Dazaki, quite a prolific anime director, especially TV anime director, whose influence was very strong on the landscape as a whole. You know, if Tezuka made TV anime, I think Dazaki defined its language, along with other people that were Mushi Pro at the time, but I think he sort of brought it to a very particular flavour that we all know in his work, that he was definitely most famous for using. If that be sort of like angles and postcard memories, you know, anytime a picture in an anime turns into like a full drawing, which is all like painted in, that's a Dazakiism. Shabes, you know, from Caribou Kun channel, made a whole documentary type, well, I guess like a whole hour-long video about his sort of history and sort of like style, which is definitely worth a watch. Although the thumbnail isn't very good. I've been generally considering just giving this picture of Dazaki to him. I think it's fun. Yeah, the video could do with a better thumbnail. Weird seeing the lighting now is a little bit different on this picture I'm looking at, so I've got to be careful not to absorb too much of the light in this new picture. Am I an animator? Yeah, kind of. I mean, you've seen my videos before, haven't you? Did you already get that coin for the thumbnail art? Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I was to give it, it would probably be as a gift, some birthday gift or something. But I haven't actually been commissioned to do this. I'm just doing this for the sake of it, at this current point, anyway. But yeah, I don't do shit for free usually. Just for the filling. So I'm not a professional animator, but more like a hobbyist animator, like for videos. It's a very weird way of putting it, dude. Like, I'm trying to pass what you're saying is a hobbyist. Like, what defines a professional? Like, I wouldn't actually say I'm a particularly great animator or anything like that. I don't tend to work on shows or anything because I don't really apply to, because I'm not interested in it right now. And my wrist is kind of buggered too. It's getting better certainly, but like my wrist is no position to do lots of heavy loads of work. I mean, I went to quotation marks art school. I have degrees, and my final projects were all on animation. I don't know if that would make me a hobbyist, or what that even means. I think such terminology is kind of arbitrary. Do I animate stuff? Yeah. Getting paid. Oh my god, getting paid. Have you seen the kind of rates professional animators get paid? Are they getting paid at all? I mean, I guess the question is more, do you want to do commission? Not all animators want to do commission. They'd rather work on their own stuff. Ooh, here we go. That's fun. I didn't watch your thing in the past, so I don't know if you were trained as an animator. I mean, I've done it. Like, well, I don't know. The thing is about being trained as an animator. Like, I've done a lot of different art positions in the past. Like, I've done animation courses. I've been in animation courses. My main background was kind of an illustration course, but I did animation during it. But I kind of don't or how would I put it? I'm not particularly interested in the foundations of which Western animation, like Disney, has built themselves on. The 12 principles, I don't give a shit about that stuff. And I don't think every animator should. I'm more interested in something a bit weirder and a bit more different, because that's why I tend to work in rotoscope, among other things. I used to do cutout as well. I'm not interested in those principles of ideas. I prefer other stuff. So I don't know if that makes me avant-garde or just outside of what is considered the norm, but maybe I'm building my own lane a bit, I guess, depending on how much I get done. Just got here to face on the bottom left is left and right is the Doom reference. Yeah, I mean, it's a little picture. I did that. That's a little drawing of me that I made a while ago for the funds. I forgot to turn it off, but it's funny. I like to keep it in the corner. That's just me. It's my face cam for today since it's broken. When does an animator figure sell a figure? You know, I wouldn't blame any animator for quotation marks selling out, because it's not easy to make money when you're an animator. So like, if you can get paid, brother. I'm not gonna stop you. I guess I think it should be more a question of like your personal like comfort. As in, well, like I guess your personal position as an animator. Do you feel satisfied by the work you're making, or like does it do what you actually wanted to do when you set out to become an animator? Because I think that, you know, there's definitely two elements to it, right? An element of sustainability and also an element of like creative fulfillment. And if you don't feel creatively fulfilled, then you have to ask your question of like, why are you doing this in the first place? How's it going, Daniel? Yeah, we're doing alright here. Hope you're doing okay. Is there an equivalent to the survival guide in Japan? I think you need to watch Clinic Cynic made a video about this not so long ago. Clinic Cynic's video on animation. It's like 2 videos ago he did. It was about 17 minutes long, and he talks about how animations look within the Japanese sphere, where they have a recommendation list. Like a lot of colleges that you'll learn animation and have a recommendation list, but their recommendation list is very different than like the American or Western standards of like different schools. They tend to be focused more on like anatomy, and there's also some other kind of books that they'll look at. But yeah, his video, I can't remember the name of it now. Wait a minute, maybe I can link it in chat. I'm gonna black out for a second. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Thanks fucking YouTube. Or just fucking browser in general. People don't know how to talk about animation, is what the video is called. That's the video. Right there. Yeah, like the standards of these different places is radically different. What is considered like what is considered the standard is quite a bit different. For a myriad of reasons, right? Because it depends what you're actually planning to do. Standards are only there to be broken. alright, quite unremarkable. Well, I'm glad that's I'm glad it's not bad. Oh, you're like, yeah, so there it is. I've linked in the chat. School night, gonna head out tonight. Alright, have a good one, Derby Dale. I hope, yeah, I hope it was a good night. Looks like a simulated digital charcoal or pencil. What, the picture? It's like a pencil. Like a pencil thing. Oh. Let's start adding in more hair. You ever do a graphic novel manga? No. Well, well, in the past I have done stuff similar, technically. I just, not huge on the process, if I'm honest. I don't, I'm not really huge on the factors that make, like the paneling. I don't really like the construction of the composition of panels. More of like an individual panel kind of guy, which is probably why I lean towards the animations, even if it's like limited animation. I prefer the single frame than the continuous block of frames. I found the whole process of doing that stuff kind of stressful, but I guess it's been a while. Get rid of that line down here, just simplify down. So. So I guess most anime is now made on computers, but what about manga? Are they all digital too? I don't know, but it would seem that doing a manga doesn't benefit quite as much as doing it digitally. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're trying to say, but you're just wrong. Yasitu, is it? I'm assuming that's how I'm going to say it from now on, right? Yasitu. So yeah, doing things, alright, this is kind of how it would work. It really depends on the mangaka, right? But there are definitely going to be factors, and I'm going to explain to you why this is the case, because I guess to like the layman, they may not understand this, but in Japan, before computers, you had to cut up pieces of tone. You know the stuff that makes all the little dots that make the tonal on a picture. So the stuff that isn't black, that isn't ink, that isn't painted in with white paint, the tonal spots, the half dots, right? You had to chop those up and stick them on the frame, on the picture, and don't fuck it up, right? So that's how it used to be. Nowadays, all that stuff tends to be done digitally. On a program like this, Clip Studio Paint, you'll add in the stuff. So you're blocking the area digitally after, like, depending on what kind of arts you're dealing with. A lot of you know, there are certain artists that like to use like G pens, like dip it ink and nib sort of things, or they'll use like little brushes. Like watercolor brushes stuff. Like there's a selection of things they'll use if they're going traditional. So some artists prefer to like do their sketches and their inking and traditional. Some artists prefer to ink digitally, and some of them might scan in a pencil scaring, or some might just do everything digital. That's going to be the preference to them, but there is definitely a lot of merits or like benefits to doing your work digitally, like having a digital workflow. In fact, if I understand right, the creator of Berserk at one point went digital, and you can see it in the difference in like getting used to like linemanship and stuff like that. But yeah, like doing even just like coloring it or like toning something digitally is such an easier and like more leeway process than doing it traditionally, which is very arduous, and the reader will not really be able to tell the difference, especially if you're doing tonal stuff like adding in dot matrices. They can't tell the difference of that shit. They won't be able to see it because like it's just an automated process at that point. It will save time, it will make your life easier. Now there's some argument about it's usually about the texture. So like, you know, working on some artists perhaps will do stuff like, maybe they'll do their roughs digitally, and then they'll print those out, and then they'll like get light boxed out, and they might ink traditionally. Some artists might do their pencils traditionally, but then scan those in and then ink them digitally. There is 1,000 preferences to your position as an artist. There is no right or wrong way to do it. It's all about your preference as the artist and what you're most comfortable doing, or what helps you the most with your workflow. How's it going, Hazel? I'm glad you're liking the picture. This is my Dazaki. I might need to flip it in a second because I reckon there's probably some stuff I need to fix. Oh, Yaz. I'll go with Yaz. Yeah, Man-Ben is probably good for people who don't like who don't know that much. You mean as in if you could choose doing a manga traditionally versus doing an anime, is doing an anime without a PC not worse? Doing an anime without a PC is basically impossible now. The only way you do an anime without a PC nowadays, independently, would be that you'd need like a 16mm camera to shoot every frame, and then I guess you'd be painting it or like doing whatever to it on paper, and then you need not only you need a film reel, so you're gonna need to buy a film reel. You're also gonna need a 16mm camera or maybe a Super 8 or something, and then you're gonna need a room to like shoot it in, and then you're gonna need to set up the camera, and then you're gonna have to take one frame for every picture you've got, and you're gonna have to slam that down somewhere. So you're gonna have to make yourself a little studio to do that, and it's gonna be pricey because, you know, film is pricey, cameras are pricey. You know, setting up a booth like that, lighting wise, because you're going to need to light it evenly, so you're going to need 2 lights. You probably need a black box room with 2 lights and a camera stand. You have to angle the camera to the right place. You're going to have to make sure it's on focus. You're going to have to make sure there's enough light in the room for the camera to expose properly. And you're going to have to hopefully you don't fuck up and underexpose it. So when you check your film reel, when it's done and you're checking what you've done for that day through the dailies or whatever, that there's just actually something on screen, not nothing. Well, that depends if you want to paint cells, because you don't necessarily need to paint cells to make an animation. You could just like paint the frame. You could just like paint paper if you wanted to. Because cells are a completely different of a job. And the cells are another process where like I wouldn't recommend it personally. I've done it, like not a fucking fan. I mean, the question is a bit weird because like you, as an individual, you don't make an anime on your own, and you could in theory make a manga on your own, but as an individual it's very unlikely that one person will make a whole animation on their own, like the ones that we see on television, right? So like these are two different examples of jobs, like, and even a mangaka might have like 2 or 3 assistants or whatever it be, but like an anime is basically never made on its own unless it's like a flex or like some sort of independent like guy. Like there's a French project recently where one dude made it all on his own over years or something like that, and you'll see stories like that here and there. Usually these people are like, you know, very passionately insane. You know, like Richard Williams' final films, you'll see like the ones he did, like they were all done like the Aardman studio with like a pencil and probably just a little camera that like takes a shot every frame. Like he's probably got had a little camera on a stand that was connected to a computer, and he took a frame, and then he put the next piece of paper down to frame, that kind of thing. But yeah, you don't necessarily need to do something on cells. You can do it without them. You could just ink the paper. In my young years, I always used to complain about black and white manga and didn't have any colour. I only knew at the time how difficult and jarring the whole process. Yeah, it can be quite difficult. I mean, to be fair, they sometimes do coloured manga when it's like a big... Like there's you know, you can get Dragon Ball in like a colorized version of Dragon Ball these days. Although, to be fair, the black and white elements of manga has actually probably been to its success, because if you look at the markets these days, manga outsells comic books like just like by a ridiculous amount. Like it doesn't look like that, but like manga just sells so much better. Not only because it's like easily archived, it's just cheaper. Like you can get a in the past, alright, so in England, right, you can get a 3-in-1 One Piece issue for like maybe a tenner, maybe like 10 quid, maybe somewhere between 7 to 10 quid. You can get a 3-in-1 a copy of like One Piece. That's like 400 pages odd of like One Piece, maybe more than that, like just like a really thick amount of pages. And it's, you know, it's like it's a smaller book, it's in black and white, and the cost of like getting something akin to that in the comic book world that's in colour, that's the same kind of density, would be 3 times that, depending on like, usually that stuff is hardback as well when you get a comic that's that big, so like the difference in price is staggering. So like, yeah, if the price is a factor, then like the manga is just cheaper. It's smaller, it's cheaper, it's more compact, it's easier to collect. Like, I can see someone doing a 100% traditional manga, yeah, if they wanted to, I guess. But an anime like in the 80s, well, yeah, but in the 80s, people didn't just, like, one person in the 80s didn't tend to just make a whole anime. That just didn't happen, really. Like, you can probably find some small college projects, like, say, for example, the creator of Midori has, like, maybe a 3-minute short, if I recall right, that he did on his own. But yeah, like, it just doesn't really happen, especially with sellers, because no, like, individual lunatic has the ability to buy, like, thousands of celluloid pieces and the paints you'd need to paint them. Like, that shit just doesn't happen. Like, how rich would this individual have to be to, like, celluloid is expensive and paints are expensive. And having both of those things on top of the amount of paper, like, paper in itself can, like, you know, if you're, alright, hypothetically, if you were on your own, right, and let's say this picture is 80 minutes and it's 100,000 frames at 80 minutes, something like that. I mean, alright, let me push it back. Let's say 80,000 frames at 80 minutes. That's 80,000 pieces of paper you need to buy. That's 80, well, it might not be that many cells, because usually what happens is you wash them off and you put them, like, you wash them off and reuse them. If you didn't, throw them away. But, like, yeah, that's a lot of, that in itself is like a ridiculous price point, because it's like you need enough paint for 80,000 cells, you need enough paper for 80,000 cells, you need enough like cells or paint or paper or the inks for like that amount of stuff. Like this is like a ridiculous overhead we're talking. And then because it's the 80s, you can't shoot on film, you can't shoot on digital, so you're gonna need a film camera, and you're gonna need a 16 or 32mm film reel, and you're gonna need a box to shoot it in, so you can like archive each frame. Right? So you take one frame for each shot, right? One frame for each shot, one frame for each shot with a camera. It's an insane process for an individual, and one that there's no utility to it. Even people like that individual doing, is it Puparia? There's like an individual who spent the last 3 years making an animation on his own. He's not used cells. He's done it like all on paper. So like there'll be paper where he's done inks or watercolors on, and there's backgrounds he's done watercolors for, and he's scanned them all into a computer, which is again not a great move personally. I think he needs to get a camera setup going, or he's going to kill himself at that rate, just because like the amount of time it takes to scan in a piece of paper, as someone who's done this before, you're losing like God, what would it be? It's basically like 20 times faster to take a photo, if not 30 times faster than to scan it in. So like the utility of scanning or like taking all those photos in is just another world. Setup wise. Do I okay any games online? Ridge Racer is the only thing I'm playing recently, but like I haven't played much recently because my wrist doesn't really hold that well, and time-wise. Oh hey Daniel, do I like, is it Puparia or whatever it is? Talking about the solo animations. Oh yeah, so I was bringing that up a second ago. I think it's a very cool project, but I do worry about the pipeline. Because if he actually ever wants to finish anything or make it into like a real production, like it would be a 20-minute short or whatever, his production needs to change dramatically, because 1 minute a year is just not sustainable. Like, what's he gonna do? Spend 20 years making a short film? Like this, it's not a sustainable model that he's doing it as. He needs to like work out some more efficient ways of doing things, or getting together in like a better way. Even if it's like hiring a small team or whatever, there has to be like, he has to find ways to shortcut or be more efficient, because the way he's currently doing it is he's using the worst parts of digital and the worst parts of traditional and mixing them together in a very inefficient way, which makes like great work, but like there are definitely ways that he could make it more efficiently, like quicker and easier, at the resort of having, I guess, not breaking his body. Manga work is a really complicated process. This is a human fall off. The most commercial ones have had a lot of assistance because of the tight work. Yeah, it is a very complicated process if you want to do it on a weekly schedule. That's kind of insane. I get being overwhelmed while doing the individual frames in manga. It's almost easiest just to design right and to do rough. Yeah, I might be a little bit behind chat, sorry, because I said that ages ago. Yeah, like I think framing it all out in a particular way is just not within me. Yeah, just which Ridge Racer? I like Ridge Racers 2 on the PSP. I do have a copy of Ridge Racer 7 over there, but I haven't put it in yet because my nephew's been using my PlayStation. Yeah, the way Puparia, or however it's said, Puparia, the short we're talking about, like it's made in a very like difficult way. Even in like, I would just really recommend that guy. You need to get a camera setup, or because he's working at like he's been given a room in Sunrise. Sunrise will have a photo press. He needs to see if he can just get to use the photo press. Maybe he's not allowed to, which is fair, but he needs to set up his own then. Because like the insanity which is scanning every frame in is just too much for me to... I know what that's like. Like I said, it's 30 times slower at least. He's losing days, if not weeks, to a process that could be like sped up so fast by just getting a camera set up. Having a camera and 2 lights, getting a piece of paper down in that right spot, and then boom, 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 boom. Like the scanner is too slow. And even things like having a digital, like a video tablet would probably speed up his process when cleaning up and stuff like frames and such. I don't know how competent he is with his current tablet, so that would be a personal preference, because some people are quite competent with like specific ways of doing tablet stuff. But yeah, a digital tablet could really help him with like the comping process. But these are all like overhead costs, which he'd probably have to figure out. I assume it's going to continue, just because I don't really see why it wouldn't. If that's his plan, because I don't know where you do a documentary shot with it and put it on your YouTube channel if you weren't looking for like either investors or just like crowdfunding or something at some point in the future. I assume he's going to be making something or continue making it. World War II anime recommendations. That's a complicated one. I don't know if I'd recommend anything. Especially in the trenches, you're not going to see any of that stuff in Japanese war films, really, unless it's maybe like Cockpit, maybe? How much of Neon Genesis Evangelion and End of Evangelion are digital? Well, that's a difficult question in terms of like when they were made. They were made in the mid-90s when digital processing wasn't really a thing in the anime industry. So like when we're talking about digital in that situation, we might be talking about things like CGI or like comping, like digital comping and stuff, which was a thing, like Ghost in the Shell uses that sort of stuff. That tends to be about like adding stuff on top, and you'd have to look at the behind the scenes for me to tell you. I wouldn't be able to tell you which parts they've done like special like effects on or whatever. But those things were made in a very different era, and like digitally comping was not quite the norm for a television show. So like there could be some effects in there which are digital, like there are like digital effects in Akira, but like they'd have to tell you which ones they are, because I wouldn't be able to. It's been too long since I've seen them to be able to point anything out in particular. But I mean, nowadays you can see like the productions that they do at Kara. Is it Kara? The studios that like Arno works at are like very strongly rooted in digital technology. I thought 3 minutes was the final version. It feels like a trailer. I really couldn't give you the idea that that's the final version. I really don't think it is, because there's like it's just like a trailer. Like there are characters established and sort of things shown that don't have any context, but are feeling like they're building to something, which to me assumes, especially with like Stephen Wright pieces are usually quite long. I don't even know if he used a whole piece during that one. He might have. But like, I definitely believe Pupuria or whatever it's called is leading towards something bigger. Because yeah, there seems to be something missing to it to me. It feels like a proof of concept rather than like a beginning, middle, and end. It did come out very beautiful, yeah. Though I do feel like there are things you could do that will not affect the quality of its beauty, but affect the pipeline. This is what I'm really concerned about, is like the pipeline, so the efficiency of the process, so you can actually function as an animator, right? Because those are the two positions. There are effects that could definitely be used in it, which would just save a lot of time. Like masking and stuff like that, like because he's like hand painting all the colors and then he's doing it on a separate piece of paper and then lining it up with like a light box or something. Like if he was to do like the masking, like the blocking of those like areas digitally, like if he was just to block out those shapes and then scan in the textures that he wants to use or the colors he wants to use, he could then fill those areas in. Maybe do like a 24 cycle spin with different like texture overlays or whatever, or the textures he wants to do, or the colors he wants to do in black, and however that be, and then he overlay that over the digital shapes he's created. He would definitely be just increasing the efficiency of just like, even if he only did that for like far away shots, it would increase the efficiency so much from actually hand painting everything and trying to line it up. Just the way he do that, it's just a lot of extra work. People just don't do it that way. I mean, making a camera box rig is, quote, not hard, but it depends if you've got the space and the context to do it, really. That's more the difficulty, right? I've tried Blender's grease pencil a little bit. It has a lot of utility that I'd like to get more into, but I didn't really like the brush feel. So maybe I need to give it another go sometime. Well, the issue what you're saying here, Monte Cristo, about what is the first anime that was fully digital is that like most anime is still made with paper. Like most of the frames in any anime is still like drawn that way. I don't even know if there has been a completely digital anime. Maybe there has been one. I don't know if they've ever brought attention to something like that, because it would involve all your members drawing digitally, which means they all need to have tablets. And, you know, animators don't always have the money on their salaries to buy their own tablets. So, like, that's why, and a lot of older animators just prefer using pencils because they're more efficient that way, because they've spent years learning how to be shorthand on pencil. So to them, going digital is actually a waste of time. So it isn't really as black and white as, like, is there a production that is fully digital, because that involves having the whole staff working in a particular way which they may not want to work in. Yeah, Blender's very good for its 3D, 2D compositional like mixing. I really need to get more onto it, to be honest. Filling textures would look like the Monte Cristo. Not necessarily. See, this is the thing here, right? If you only had one texture, it would look like that. But if you did a rotating texture, in that like every frame of the picture, right, was a different texture. So you have a cycle of 24 different textures for each different area, which change if you were moving during that. So every time you move, it would be a different texture, so it wouldn't feel like a flat shape. So my theory is, I need to actually test this out, that like if you had a rotating looping 24 frames of different like texture overlays or texture colors that you would need, right? You should be able to create something that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference with, because each frame would be different. Though it depends if the looping becomes apparent, like if you can feel it or not to the audience noise-wise, which would be where the practicality would come in. But yeah, if you only used one texture, that it would feel like Monte Cristo. But if you used a rotating palette, I don't know if you'd be able to tell the difference. The rebuild Ava films use CGI, kind of takes me out of the movie. It's bad. It's not bad, but the CGI never looked good with a 2D background. With a 2D background? So what, like a CG in the front and 2D in the back? I mean, yeah, it saves a lot of time. It's not even necessarily about saving time, though, because sometimes it's about having the manpower to do it. Like, being able to do a shot means that you need to have the manpower to do that shot. And if it's not viable to do that shot, then CGI will be used. And then a lot of the battle, and again, like the rebuild Ava films were kind of in a still in between point between these worlds of like, a lot of it is a comping game. A lot of it's about your pipeline of compositions and how those connect together and how good they look together. You want your world to feel seamless, and you can easily do that when it all comes together. Right? There's a film, you know, what was it? Ghost in the Shell Innocence. It's one of the best jobs I've seen of comping, in terms of having a like CGI world with its 2D assets, and the way it kind of meshes those together can be really interesting. And even if it looks a little strange, I think it actually adds to the atmosphere of the film. And I think that's a really good game of like compositional, like composition in art and coloring, and how you like mix those worlds. Because there's a lot of shots in anime that some people won't even notice are CGI. Because CGI is best used probably with like rotating cameras or moving complicated, like in situations where the background is moving very quickly and your character needs to like, when the character needs to be like changing its perspective or like going through an action shot. There's like shots like that where like the CGI is very practical to do, and it would have been very annoying to do traditionally. And I don't really think there's any loss in doing it that way. I think that it works just fine, as long as the comping and the colours and all everything feels right. Which isn't necessarily always possible on a very tight deadline, which anime has, and when you're working with 3 different companies or whatever it is. Usually this stuff works best when you have an in-house team that you can work directly with, and not work where it has to be outsourced to someone else. You get it back, and then like, do you have time to like get the corrections in? Is this stream? Yeah, I'm still going. But I haven't drawn anything in a while because we've been talking about animation. Oh. Didn't even notice I was on the rubber. Alright, so... move you down once again for Zach, just a little bit. I'm gonna try and get more of your head in. What does cassette go? Yeah, like there are factors to it all. I think one of the wondrous things about Blender, right? The reason the grease pencil is so interesting is because you can effectively use it to have like a 3D model that you can draw over, and you can kind of create like a mesh between 2D and 3D with it in a kind of roto way. And you can sort of play with using that as like a core reference to the shape and dynamics of your things. You can use that to sort of guide your drawing. You don't have to be like really tight with it, but like yeah, also having it for like perspective and like environment, very useful. And because Blender is free as well, there's more utility in it in the industry than like an expensive program. Oh yeah, so Daniel, I think, are you talking about like pre-rendered backgrounds, like the Resident Evil games and such? Well, yeah, they have like a sort of compressed JPEG image that has a sort of feeling, and then because it's one shot, they can then put the 3D character within the set, and then they fill a path and have different layers, like at different like errors. Yeah, I think it's a cool technique to do. But yeah, like you've got to figure out where your limitations are and where the benefits of what you're doing are and what you're trying to achieve with them. I mean, Beastars is definitely furry clickbait, but it's actually pretty good too. I have a couple volumes of the manga as well, and I do think that what they do with the show at Studio Orange, there's definitely some effective techniques used as like a direction. Like there's a lot of like interesting stuff going on with the direction in the show and how it presents the information in front of you, and sometimes where it uses different mixed media stuff. That's all really good. Although what you'll notice if you read the manga is that there is definitely elements that are lost in the translation, especially when it comes to like reactions, where like the reactions of the CGI models can only do so much because of their limitations and their shapes. So you can see that like there's something more expressive in the manga in terms of like facial reactions, in terms of the shapes of the characters, which were kind of a little bit more limited in the show. There are definitely elements that are like worthwhile in the manga which are not in the anime, which comes with every adaptation, I suppose. But this is generally the issue when you're working with 3D models. What you can do with them is like it's different from what you can do in 2D, where there's no there's no necessary rules of how far you can push them if you really want to. You could do the same in CGI, but it depends on a weekly schedule. It's probably not as viable. they have like a set amount of like how the expressions are supposed to look. So they have like a rotating cast of like reactions. So it's different. But like, yeah, Studio Orange has a good approach to stuff. I don't think it's perfect, but it's definitely a step in the right direction for what they're doing. And I think they're going to create, you know, more and more and keep pushing that path and experimenting with stuff, because there's definitely a lot of effective tools in Beastars. I've already talked about Hirasawa's music in my video on Satoshi Kon. Cassette Girl is a short by Studio Karia produced with a Japanese animation expert. Karia's Daikon 4. It's on YouTube. I'll have to look at it later. Ah, Isa, I have had dinner. I had it before I had dinner before I started the stream. Because it's now a lot later than I expected. It's actually 10 PM here. I've just realised it's actually got quite late. I probably went a bit longer than I expected. But you know, I've been drawing the Sakis or whatever. I should probably get back to drawing. I keep forgetting to. Oh. So the nice thing about having a tablet like this is I can use a lot more of my shoulder and elbow. That really does take the strain off my wrist. So usually it doesn't feel too bad to use this. Fumin, I love Satoshi Kon's work. Yeah, it's pretty pog. But I mean, I said pretty much everything I could say about Satoshi Kon's work in the video I made, right? Besides, I don't know if I mentioned Millennium Actress or Tokyo Godfathers. Maybe Tokyo Godfathers is my favorite. The more I watch Tokyo Godfathers, the more I like it. Millennium Actress is really good as well. Yeah, probably one of those two. I don't know, like you could go either way. I mean, his AMV he did for Berserk was pretty great. But yeah. Kara probably does use Blender because it's free. Like Hollywood films have been made with Blender. Like it's basically industry standard now, because like Blender is not really that different than the programs you pay for. So why pay for them? I mean, Blender's been around for quite a long time as well. How many movies and shows do I watch on a monthly basis? God fucking knows. That's going to radically change between months depending on what my project is. Like, say for example, the project I'm currently doing, or trying to do, like life has kind of got in the way of recent, you know, big boy stuff, being an adult and all that. But like the project I'm currently working on is about a studio. It was a recommendation video, I guess, or something like that. Like a request video, and it's on a studio called Studio Arms, who have a very assorted history, let's say. But like, there's a lot of stuff to watch. So you know, for the next week or so, I'm going to be non-stop watching like a ridiculous amount of stuff. So you know, that's going to be way more than I would watch in an average month. But you know, if I'm doing like a movie, I might just watch one movie in that period, besides maybe some other stuff. So maybe I'd watch very little stuff in a month if there was just one movie I was focusing on, and I didn't need to look into too much other stuff I'd already seen. So then I wouldn't be watching very much at all. Like, the only thing I've been watching recreationally... Oh god, where's that going there? That shouldn't be going there. That's not good. Yeah, the only thing I've been watching recreationally is Cross Game from time to time. When usually with like lunch or dinner if I'm not actually doing something else. Yeah, but Cross Game is great. And I've been watching like an episode a day, give or take. If I can. Again, it depends if I'm not... It depends what I'm doing during lunch or dinner. Like, I might be in the middle of working on something, so I won't watch it that day. But, you know, casually that's what I've been doing for the last month or so, or months. And, you know, you get through the show slowly that way. I'm not necessarily interested in binging stuff unless it's for a project. What we're listening to? We're listening to Ridge Racer, as the lady is saying. Ridge Racer 4. Ridge Racer 4 is probably one of the better soundtracks. Ridge Racer 7 too. I mean, to be fair, all the soundtracks in the Ridge Racer series are really good, including the PSP ones, which have a huge collection of older tracks and newer sort of remixes, which are very cool. Very, very cool. We all want to be without a care. Oh yeah, what I was gonna do? I was gonna flip the image just to test it to see how it looked, because that goes pretty far out. Rotate canvas. We are gonna flip it and have a look at it. See if there's something we need to clean up. Yeah. All right. So what we're gonna do? Alright. Yeah, so this area here, I think could be taken in a bit. His jaw really comes out. So grab this whole area here, bring it in. Maybe there. Ooh. Okay. Fan of literature? Yeah, sometimes. But depends if I can actually focus on reading it. Oh, that's from Ashton No Joe. That is Jose, who is the champion boxer of the world. Oh. Yeah, it's the fucking Pac-Man song. Pac-Man song. Like a Pac-Man track. Waka waka. Oh fuck. Gotta avoid. You know when you touch that thing on your pen that's like with the rubber? Just randomly turn to rubber. Oh. It was loading there for a second. A little too long. I need to go back a bit some more as well. Like that. I'll figure out where that line would actually be. Okay. And yes, I do draw. I mean, there's a fair bit of it drawing in my channel in general, to be honest. Is Ashton or Joe worth watching? Yes, very much so. I mean, I think they've just done a really high quality upscale of the original series. Hopefully the audio's better in it as well. Probably is. Because the audio that was... I listened to the first series in. It's basically piss water. In comparison to probably what you can listen to it in now. But yeah, the whole thing. I mean, Ashton no Joe 2 is like a classic. I mean, I could see why people might have trouble with 1 because it's like a show from 1970. So like it's definitely archaic in ways, but it is also very transgressive and experimental. In you know, and definitely set the stage for a lot of what would come later. And I think that part of it was very interesting for me. I'm good with that shit. Some people can't do that for some reason, I guess. I mean, that's just not their preference, I suppose. But yeah. I think Ashton no 2... Actually, yeah, Ashton no Joe 2 is like the GOAT. Okay. So it's interesting with this one, you see right there, they got the... It's like a shade on the eyes. Like the tops of them. Just a little shade on them. Like that. A little bit there too. Pac-Man is now gone. Alright. Starting to feel it. I'm gonna probably flip this back in a second. I think the ear could do some work first though. Yeah, so... Wait a minute. This for a second. think what I might do, just wanted to make it much clearer where the ear is and what it is doing. The drawing came out well. Yeah, I think the drawing's looking pretty good. It's the magic of this have a... Oh, hey cat. What you doing, cat? Oh. Get me to knock my water over, that's what you're doing. Yeah, unfortunately we can't see the cat, but you're here. Coming? What are you doing? You coming in? You gonna headbutt me? Yeah, you're gonna headbutt my hand, that's what you're doing. Alright, tips of watching long anime. I've got a particular tip here because I don't really do it very much, but I've got like specifics to how I would usually do it. Hey kitty cat. I tend to I don't tend to binge watch these kind of shows. I would you know, when I'm having like breakfast, lunch, or dinner, I might watch an episode. And like that doesn't mean I need to watch 3 episodes a day, but like that might happen. That might not happen, but like, you know, with one of those meals, I might watch at least an episode a day, and just slow burn my way through it, at like an episode or 2 a day, and then over the periods of time of like just getting into a routine, you will kind of just slowly get through it. As long as you persevere and you keep up the routine, you'll eventually finish the show, and it will be a gratifying watch, opposed to one where you'll be like, I don't even remember half that show because I watched it all in one blur. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard not to get emotionally connected to whatever you're watching, but, you know, results may vary. Okay, cat is pretty chill now. She's sort of flayed out on some stuff of mine, as she usually does, and give her a bit of a head pat there. Oh, hello, Rachel. I'm glad you enjoyed the Satoshi Kon video. It was a long one to make. Do I draw it as a hobby or something else? What does that even mean? People keep asking this word hobby. I keep hearing this word hobby. Like, what does that? What does that mean to you people? Why do you keep using that word? Drawing hobby? Like what? Like I like playing tennis? Hobby is something you do outside of work. Yeah, well, I don't know. It seems a bit weird when we say that about like the arts. Like, are the arts your hobby? It's like, I mean, I kind of run a channel full time talking about them. Is it really a hobby then? tennis freaks, you call tennis a hobby? I mean, if you're like a professional player, you're definitely not going to call tennis a hobby, right? Though I think most people play tennis casually. But you know, I had the reason I say tennis is because I used to have a roommate who played a lot of tennis, and I don't think they ever wanted to go like professional, but they were part of like the clubs and such in the university, and they played a lot of tennis, and they drew a lot about tennis, and they'd met a lot of like tennis players and stuff like that. So like it was definitely something they're very passionate about. It could well have went beyond a hobby, quite frankly, because like I said, they literally went out and met like professional players and did these like tournament images and worked in kind of like the sports art like illustration world for a time. And yeah, they were very involved in it and watched it all the time. And so, yeah, it was definitely part of their life. And I don't know, just because they weren't playing professionally, that I would say it was their hobby. It felt to me like it was probably more than that to them. But I don't know. I guess you'd have to ask them. Have I read or watched Ashino-jo? Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I finished it quite some time ago. What you do outside of your work is your calling? Do people say that? I mean, Rikishi's on the screen, though. This one is more the Zaki, as Rikishi as the Zaki. I mean, everything in moderation is probably a good thing to say, so yeah, that's definitely true. It's because I feel that in the art field there's so many terms, right? Kind of, depends what you mean. So some people say hobby such as myself, like something that you do but you don't do full time into your career. I think the issue, all right. I think the issue here is, all right. I'm going to bring this one out because I spend a lot of time with artists and illustrators of all different kinds of like creatives, right? And I'd be careful when using those sort of words about like the arts to some degree because I think there's like a real difference between someone who like say for example does a painting class on a Thursday and say for example a lot of the people that I used to be with in that field, right? Because you know what do you call them? And in America they say go into like art school, right? I did like you know I have like a BTech foundation and BA in the arts, mainly towards illustration towards the end. So I spent 6 years in like art school, quotation marks, and I spent a year working in universities, and I did projects here and there, and I did commissions or whatever else. I've done bits and pieces all over, really. You know, and I've spent 4 years maybe on this channel, like talking about arts, doing these sort of documentary-esque kind of like videos or whatever else that use a lot of different skills. Doing anime, you know, I've done some shorts and animation, all that other stuff, right? But when we talk to people who draw or do the arts, right, or like who do that stuff, especially like on the online thing, it hobbies kind of like I don't think it's a great way to describe what they do because a lot of people I know in those fields and still do, right, they do a job, like they tend to have a job and then do the other job when they get home. So it's actually two jobs where like the arts as a function or however they do drawing, illustration, that sort of assignment to it is something that they work there 40 or 30 hours or whatever it is a week, and then they come back home and have to do more work in the arts field. It's, you know, they may not be making a living off it, but it's not at that point. It's, you know, it's not, it isn't that to them. But it's yeah, it's what would I say? yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the word hobbyist when it comes to like the arts. I think a lot of people who do art are quite dedicated to it, especially those who dedicate channels to it, those who are on stream doing it. Like they probably do see it differently than that, or like even if they aren't professional, quote, in the way that they are making a full living off such endeavors, especially in COVID times. That's very unlikely. Yeah, the complicated lines between something being a hobby or a passion, especially when money is a factor. Yeah, money tends to like really mire the lines, but yeah, I don't know, it's complicated. I almost took out a loan to go to for-profit art schools. Damn, it's pretty dedicated. The music stopped playing. Yeah, maybe I'll put some more on. Yeah, I mean, I imagine you didn't want to say it in that way. So you're the second person to say it, and it just is a little bit weird when And I guess this is why like people that I know in like the creative field, they don't tend to like talking about it to people that kind of maybe sometimes on the outside because there's like a language barrier between these two worlds of like, and sometimes you'll get questions that are like, I guess they'd say they're difficult questions, right? Especially when it comes to stuff like, so what do you really do? Like that? Those kind of questions where it becomes more of like, oh God. Or like, but what do you actually do? You get paid to do that? Like those kind of questions where it's like, oh, fucking hell, mate. Animation school costs a shit ton of money, but it's worth it. It depends what you want to do, but I think it would be very difficult to say that it would be worth it depending on where you live and like how it's costing. Like in America, I wouldn't say so because of the way you have to pay it back. And like I know, there are people who've been in this chat today who got into the anime industry, or like if we're talking the anime industry or like animation in general, not because they went to school, but because they had the portfolio of work on Twitter and were scouted as such. So like, it's not necessarily like you would have to do it that way. If you're very dedicated to that, you could totally go that way. But there are definitely more ways of doing something than going strictly to a school for it. If you're going to a school, really be prepared to know what you're getting yourselves into, because a lot of people who come out of those schools do not go into the professions that they start in. So like, you gotta know what you're getting yourself into, and usually it's about contacts and the people you meet, which is really important. That's really the areas where where going to a school would be important, is the contacts and the people you meet. You will probably learn some lessons, but you could also learn some lessons in a book. If you had a really good mentor, that's phenomenal. But like, you need to find one you get on with, and that might not happen. So like, yeah, and at the end of the day, you're going to have to teach yourself a lot of things during these sort of productions. When am I going full Travis cosplay? Maybe next time. Who knows? When my camera's back, I don't know. I have a new jacket actually. My friend got me this new jacket, so it's a little bit different. It's actually a Yakuza jacket, not a Travis one. But I probably will continue to wear this one because where I shoot with the camera, like for a video, because I'm on the black background, I want something that's a little bit brighter. Like I want to be wearing something that's a bit brighter, so I don't like merge into the background. So because this one's like white and red, I think it will stand out a bit more. But yeah, maybe one day I'll go full Travis. That'll be fun. Wouldn't be too hard either. Ask because at the beginning, there's some awesome illustrations you were doing. You pulled out some perfect parts. I don't necessarily like when I was doing like illustration stuff. I think I can draw fine. I draw okay. I wouldn't say I'm perfect or anything like that when it comes to that. This isn't really where my strengths always lie. This is more just about decompressing. Like I can draw like this. And with the tablet, I think the tablet makes it a lot easier. You know, I was more mixed media, collage, animation. That's where I was putting my energies in the art form. And of course now it's like video making, right? So I'm using those elements of skills that I have and taking them into the video world of like presenting information and art and different factors in a very way. So I guess that makes me sort of like a mixed media artist. So like, I mean, what I'm doing here is just sort of like, yeah, picking little pieces out of these pictures. This is pretty, it's good traits to learn when you're an artist. It's like not to focus just on one image, but to have multiple references at the same time. Because you sort of learn to, oh, whoopsie. God, did I draw something on the wrong layer again? Nope, cancel. Nope, cancel again. Oh wait, is there an... Alright, let's apply transformation. No, it's all there. Okay. I need to get you back the other way. So let's flip the canvas back to where we began. There we go. Now we're looking at it. I might want to move his neck. I feel like his neck shouldn't be that angle. I'm going to move his neck a little bit. And yeah, actually, let's get some more music. I don't know how long I'm gonna go, because it's getting late. But you know, I'm feeling the drawing, so like I might stay for a little bit longer. Right. So I'm gonna find some more music. Okay, wait a minute. Damn it. Okay, this one's no good. Maybe this one. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's get back to it. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate my videos are helping, I suppose, looking for styles and whatnot to broaden my own things. Yeah, I think it's important to look at a lot of different like art styles and such. Though I do feel like I certainly meet people who are like too worried about this idea of like their own style, which I think is something that should come with time and shouldn't be something that you force. Like the idea that you should make your art look a certain way. I think that like a lot of that stuff will come with like your experimentation, and that's what to me like quotation marks art school was like figuring out what I wanted to do with like the way I wanted to make stuff. And like some of that is about like finding the process and like making it more efficient, or just knowing what you are. That's much better. It's much better neck. That angle's much better. But yeah, it's about knowing where your strengths are and what you like about your work. Let me just check these eyes to make sure they're not quite aligned, are they? So, all right. It might come to a time where I may need to move. May want to no, not that bit. Maybe I want to just move this a bit. Jesus Christ, where did this come from? Fucking ridge erasers going all over the place. Alright. We're in the wrong area, are we? Oh god, we're in the fucking rulers. Absolute donkey. Right. Or maybe we just move down a little bit, because I see we're making a... Alright, I think the eyes might be correct on this one. Now, I've moved them down slightly, but I actually think it's everything else. I might just have to adjust the other positions of the face to be more in line with that stuff. Because the eyes actually, in retrospect, for the most part... Oh, try and... Okay. What might need to be happening, these elements here, I can just make those a bit more like that, and wait, I went into one. I moved it the wrong way. Alright, there we go, that's better. Alright, there we go. Actually. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay. That works for me. Doing, not going. Oh, okay. I get Yago. Schools don't teach you 100% of what you need to know given your basics, and generally with everything in life you have to learn by getting. Yeah, like learning by doing is probably the best way of doing things. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go to school, because I did it myself, but figure out. I think there are definitely more ways than one about doing stuff, and I know people who were like on my course that like I think I got a fair bit out of my course, but other people probably didn't. For what they're doing now as well, they probably feel like maybe they didn't get much out of what they were doing. But I mean, you get in what you get out. Sorry, what you put in. So like, if a lot of them were kind of more unwilling to actually go into the studio and do stuff and use the resources that were there. But maybe they just didn't need to. The drive for creativity is key, yeah, for sure. A creative outlet becomes less of a hobby and more of an ultimate compulsion. Yeah, the compulsion, there can be a factor to it. And yeah, like the idea of a hobby in itself when it comes to the arts is a little bit difficult, I guess, for me. I guess I'm on a different side of it. I can see art therapy as like a release and sort of a hobbyist side, and yeah, like I said, like painting classes, maybe if you're a certain kind of gentleman. You might do those. Maybe you'll go to a life drawing class or something like that. But yeah, like a lot of factors of like the creative arts are like pretty all-consuming. So it's hard for me to like see the other side of that outside of the art therapy position, which I can understand that like you might just enjoy sitting down and doing some drawings because it like eases you up, makes you feel better. Because it's kind of what I do here, right? Yeah, well, who you know is actually really important too, which is not great for a lot of artists who aren't good at the talk of that element. Just tuned into the stream, and I wanted to ask, would the term hobbyist apply to a student aiming for a different field, or would it be better to say I have a passion for art? I think passion for something like is actually a nicer way to describe. Alright, I think that alright, if you were to talk to someone who was like very associated with arts or something, I think saying hobbyist can be a little bit like what would be the word? Dismissive, maybe in a way. Like it can feel a little bit like, if you come up to someone who's like dedicating themselves in the moment to like drawing something, you're like, oh, you're a hobbyist. Like, oh, isn't that cute? Like, it's a bit like, oh, okay, fuck you, mate. Well, but like asking someone like, oh, you have a passion for something, then they can kind of articulate how strong their passion is to you. Like, if they want to, right? They could articulate where their like level is at. where it's like, oh, you're quite passionate about this, like you have a passion for this, and then they can be like, yeah, I do this, that, and this, like along this, and they can kind of like expand where they stand on that on that topic. Where I think that's more of an opening, where I think hobbyist is more like a shutting down. Yeah, I am wearing it right now, but unfortunately, because the camera link is busted, I can't show it. I say this to the student myself, and I have a hard time figuring out what I really want to do. I think a lot of people have a hard time figuring what they want to do, and I don't think that goes away. Just to tell you now, not knowing what you're doing with your life is a very common stature for most people, I think. Okay, right. I think it's really important to say that you can never be too old to enter a field. As long as you're functioning still, I don't think you can ever be too old. I sometimes hear about like people who are like now full-time artists who start like drawing at like the age of like 19 or 20, and I'm like, they start that late? Are you shitting me? Because I've been doing this shit since I was like 6. So like to me, the idea of someone starting then, I'm like, whoa, how did they do that? But like they function, they did just fine. Like you can improve a lot very fast if you dedicate yourself to something. But even then, like I'm always reminded of like the Patrick Stewart story, how like Patrick Stewart started becoming like a real like actor, like a TV actor, like with like the Next Generation. That's like 1989. He was like in his 40s, coming up to his 50s, give or take, something around those era, and then he became like a success during that period in his life, which was so much like, it's usually a very uncommon way to become, like, you know, sometimes you'd expect someone to become like a child actor and then suddenly make their way in, or in their 20s they come there, but like to be in your like late 40s, like, and then suddenly become a huge sensation who's only grown in popularity over the years. I don't think there's one way of doing something, really, and I don't think you have to be a certain age either. I think you shouldn't use that as like it's never too late, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I think set deadlines can also help, like going through deadlines can be good. And learning off other people, and I think, yeah, definitely the experiences, the people you meet, and the contacts you make along the way are very important. Oh, you like to waste your time drawing? How interesting. Yeah. I could certainly see it that way. I certainly could see someone feeling that way when you say it, when that sort of context is brought up to them. Like, because I do actually recall having... Oh, okay, wrong brush again. I do really recall having a conversation like that once in school, which is pretty fascinating, where I was talking to someone who didn't know very well, and I was in school. I was in the drama plays, like the drama performances, and like after school they'd have like rehearsals, and during rehearsals when I wasn't on, I'd be drawing something. Like I'd have a little sketchbook or whatever, and I'd draw something because it gave me something to do, because it's fucking boring. If you've ever been like, you know, watching the same rehearsal day after day is pretty boring to see. So I would bring something to do, and you know, it would give me something to do. I didn't have to talk to these fucking weirdos, and I wasn't particularly the most sociable. So like, it gave me something to like focus on. So like, conversation would then be secondary to me during those. But I do remember someone being like, what did they say? I think they said something along the lines that I couldn't imagine drawing that much, or like just doing it like that, or just, you know, doing it casually or whatever. Or I couldn't imagine like spending my time drawing. Something along that sentence where it's just like, Jesus Christ, like, it really is a different world for some people, you know. When it's like the worst possible thing they could say in that conversation, where I'm like, yeah, I'm drawing, I'm doing that thing, and they're just like, yeah, I don't understand that at all. Why would anyone ever want to do that? And I'm like, fucking hell, like, you're here, like, you're literally here, like, you're wasting your time at rehearsals. Like, do you understand? Like, just like change drawing for like acting, and it's just you're doing the same thing right now. So like, yeah, I don't know. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I guess I should be a bit. Yeah, be nicer to yourself. I think it's really important. And you'll see this, especially with the people I talk to as well. All right. Being kind to yourself in like a creative field is really important because a lot of people give up because of two things. They feel very negative or unconfident about their skills, or they got bad feedback from people on the internet who are just assholes. And those things like push them away from actually pursuing those things because they are discouraged by their own criticism or some rando's criticism, and those things stick with them. So I think that to pursue these sort of criticism, you do need to be quite nice and lenient to yourself sometimes, because being harsh, like being like mean to yourself, is not going to help you progress. I think you need to be understanding, empathetic, and don't listen to randos on the internet like me. Well, don't listen to anyone who's being really mean to you on the internet that you've never met. Like, take the opinions of people you actually respect more to heart. As long as they don't say something that's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, like when someone doesn't have the empathy to like try and understand your position, because there's definitely a difference in a conversation where it's like you're saying here, Yazzie, about why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Instead of like, oh, tell me more. Like, I think those are the two perspectives you can have, where it's just like, why the fuck would anyone do that shit? And like, oh, that's interesting. How did you get into that? Or, oh, okay, what drew you to that? Or like, what about it are you so passionate about? Like these conversations which open up the conversation, and then again, there is stuff where you could say like, why the fuck would any loser want to do that? You're shutting it down very quickly, and you're making the person. All right, I actually have I have a little story here, which the person that said this, I think's a real sweetheart, and I don't think they meant anything bad by it. But the way they framed the words they said here, unintentionally so, I was like, fucking hell, like eye roll like moment, where I think I'm trying to think the exact wording here, because obviously it's been years since this happened. This is a couple of years back, and I think they were trying to be nice at the way they ended. I think they were just having an awkward phrasing, but they began with like a kind of like, God, what was the phrasing? It was about collage, because I had made a collage book for this show. Like I was doing some mixed media collage stuff. And they were talking about how they didn't really get collage, or they didn't, and then they were talking about like some experience they had with like a bad tutor who wasn't at the uni anymore, but we were talking. They were talking about they didn't get collage, or they didn't like the format of collage. Well, holding my collage book, so I'm just instantly like, oh, fucking great, okay, yeah, okay, well. And I think they ended with a nice one where they're like, I like the way you used it here. I think this, like the way you did it is pretty, like I think there's the way you're doing it. There's something to, I can see there's something to it. But like, yeah, like it was a very step in like the whole end of like, I don't understand this, or I don't really get it at all, and I don't get it, or I don't like it, or I don't like doing this, and I don't really understand it. Like stepping in that way is always a bit like, whoa. Especially when you're holding something that someone's made, like had to spend a lot of time making in front of you, like you got to tread carefully sometimes. Yeah, this is interesting because a lot of kids start drawing at some age because it's fun, and they stop drawing, and I think that's, I would say some of that might be because of the culture we live in, where like it's sort of treated in a not particularly respected manner to some degree. Like, you're disincentivized from drawing, Like kids that like scribble in their textbooks or in their drawings are considered like, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You don't do that. You're supposed to be doing this. Don't be scribbling away. Or the perspective of like it's a useless field. Like they might get that perspective, which is again wrong. It's dumb. But like they schools don't emphasize the arts, right? They usually get the budgets cut. They usually it's one of the first lessons you can usually cut. So like there's a lot of factors there of like, yeah, getting to a certain point and then being like, yeah, okay, we don't draw anymore, for a myriad of factors, right? Like, because the people who are usually especially in media, right, the people who draw are generally like if you're drawing in school, tend to be considered like juveniles, right? You know, people who make flip books and the side of the page, they're people who are not paying attention, instead of people who are just expressing themselves. And yeah, I don't think that's great. I think that there's definitely more merits to drawing than simply like going into a field for it as well. I do think art therapy is like a really powerful like area, and I think for a while that became like a hit. When I was leaving uni, there was like a big trend in like adult coloring books, which are just, you know, ooh, fucking great. I think I bought one once, not just for like to have one there. I mean, I wouldn't have used it because, you know, I can draw my own shit. I don't need a paper book to do that. But you know, I've got one in the house for someone if they ever feel like doing something like that. I've got one about. But yeah. The drawing's quite weird. Yeah, it's a drawing. I used to have fun asking for my classmates' drawings, kind of a stroke up to their ego a bit, rather to encourage them to keep doing the stuff they like than to shut them down. Yeah, I think encouragement is really important for... I mean, it takes a long time to gain courage and like confidence in something, unless you are like one of those persons who have like so much ridiculous courage. You know, there are definitely people who have like so much confidence in something which they have no ability in. Like those people who are like have all the confidence in the world but none of the actual ability, and it's kind of impressive to see sometimes. I mean, that can get you further than you'd think. Just having that ability to be incredibly confident in it. But like confidence usually comes from like a long time of like building yourself up. So you know, it's not something that all artists like build. And you know, I'm speaking to enough people who've done as much art schooling as me, who still don't feel very confident in their skills and are very stressed by the process. And I think that's unfortunate, because to me the whole idea of drawing should be about decompressing. Even if I'm doing it for a job, I think it should be about relaxing a little bit. There should be an element of like putting some music, some fucking tunes on, and maybe putting a podcast on and like sitting down and just, you know, going for it, just fucking doing it. And like looking back at it, adjusting, you know, there's like a process to it which is pretty you can get into a nice flow state with it, you know. It can be pretty chill in its own way. If you're like really stressed the whole time, like, God almighty, how horrible that'd be. Not saying that every drawing experience is going to be like a nice one, but like, I think you should at least come in with the idea that it could be. This Taplows? Taplows? I'm not sure how to say your name. I don't know how to say anyone's name, so don't worry about it. My experience with art teachers weren't good. At elementary school, she would yell at kids for drawing things wrong and not like a... See, that's a big problem. Like, telling kids there's only one way to draw is hubris at the highest point. There is not one way to draw things. There are a myriad of ways of doing it. Anyone that tells you there's one way of doing things, I would never trust. Because that sounds like a certain other group of people, if you know what I'm saying, who decided to what art was correct and what wasn't. What do I think of pixel art? Pixel art's cool. Is it different from regular? I think there's a specific skill set to pixel art because of the way you have to make it. But like, yeah, you could definitely transfer skills, but like pixel art takes a very particular type of craft that you need to learn on top of drawing. Because most pixel art will start as drawings that then need to be converted into pixel art. That's, to my understanding, that's how they used to do it back in the day. I think that's how a lot of artists still do it to this day, where you'll have like you will start with like a template, or some people I think start with 3D models now as well. Like they'll like make a Blender basic shape for these characters, and then they'll draw the pixels, or they'll like put the pixels on top of their rough blended out like 3D model or whatever. Maybe they'll adjust bits here and there through the pixel process. But yeah, I mean, they're transferable skills, but there are, again, pixels in itself is a very different skill set. Like, you know, just being able to draw doesn't mean you'll be able to make pixel art. personally never met anyone whose confidence was off the charts and didn't end up teaching in the end. I mean, I know teachers who do not have the confidence off the ends as well, but yeah, I think, well, the benefit of like being a teacher, and I don't think there's actually anything wrong with going into teaching, though it can be very, I would only, this is how I would look, I'd only teach in a fucking university, absolutely would not teach school kids, because there is definitely a support system in working at a uni, because I've worked at a uni, it's pretty cushy, it's actually pretty fun. I enjoyed my time working at the uni. I like talking to the kids, like the students, I should say, they were all like, adults. But I liked talking to them, that was fun, talking to them was interesting, they were all doing different stuff, that was always like really good to hear about, talking to the teachers as well, or like the tutors or whatever, and like they're all kind of doing their own projects too, so it's not like they were just, like most of them weren't just like strictly teachers, they all had different things that were going on in their lives that they were like in and out of and like figuring out. Like some of them were making like books, so some of them were doing magazines, other ones were like, doing commissions on top and different like different stuff, and then there's a lot of different factors that were like running all at the same time. That was worth seeing, one of them was like a print technician as well, so like he was always doing like different like print shows and using different techniques and learning how to use like creating different like processes for printing, like for art. So yeah, like I think there is something about that was fascinating, though. I mean, I think it does have its stresses, because I was on the other side of like not having to worry about the responsibilities that come with it, which is just like, I was just like, fucking having the time of my life. Just not, I didn't have to I got to have all the fun with none of the responsibilities. And like the technicians, that tends to be like the technician's position, where like it's pretty casual and you can sort of like, help people out, but you don't have to worry about deadlines or anything done like that. You just teach a couple like courses on different programs, and if people need help, you're in the room or whatever. Funny part is it didn't discourage me to stop drawing in general, it drove me to be better than her. I mean, that's a fair, some people do that. I think it's a difference in perspective, because I think a lot of people may just be like completely dissuaded to begin with, but like if you're very passionately intense about something, you could gain the spite drive. Now, spite is a very particular emotion. I think it's very useful, but it's short-lived, and it's not something you can live your life off. Spite will eventually bite you back, but like it can be very strong to get through tough times. And in that moment, I think that would have been a very useful, effective use of spite in that moment, to be better than her, right? To do it better than her. Those who can't teach, I mean, I don't think this is necessarily true anymore, though. I think it's like one of those sort of like smart ass things to say, but like a lot of teachers still practice. I think the issue nowadays, it happens to be what I'm gonna have to turn into Joker for a second, but in a society that we live in, those professions aren't always the most stable, and when you start getting a little older, you notice that like, man, it's hard to keep up. And that's where a lot of like older artists who've been in the field for a while tend to move into like tutoring or teaching, because it's a more consistent version of pay where you don't have to worry about doing as much hard labor per se, like hard, like as someone who's like busted his wrist already at the age of 27, hopefully my wrist will recover one day, but like as you get older, you're gonna have more problems like that. Like working like a full-time job in like the arts can really destroy your body. It can destroy your wrists, it can destroy your elbows, it can destroy things. It can really wear away at like certain parts of you. You get like tennis elbow, whatever. Like you can start losing those abilities that like the longer you do it, like if you don't like, if your body's just not resilient enough to deal with it. Some people may get lucky on that, some others don't. Like as you get older, you aren't going to be as quick as you once were. Time stops for no person. So that's when like teaching can become a very effective replacement for that career path, because of like, you got to make that bread, I don't blame you for hating teachers though. Whoever said that, like, yeah, teachers can be annoying. Yeah, I'm bringing out the yes word. I mean, I already brought it out, but yeah.
In a society where creative people aren't treated with respect, sometimes you have to teach to survive.
No, that is not good. I might need to recalibrate my tablet a little bit because that line was really off. That was not where I put my pencil. Maybe it's the angle of my pencil. Try and recalibrate it later. Yeah, my off-brand Joker impression. The Yoker, that's what they call me. The Yoker. Maybe the Stoker? I don't know, Steve Oker? I'm Steve Oker, the Joker. The problem is, like, as soon as I start doing like the Joker impression, I'm just gonna turn into like I can't help doing the whole like fucking gamer side of it. You know,
When you're a gamer, the world is against you. Truly, there's never been anyone as oppressed as the gamer by society. We have the most popular medium, but we aren't shown respect that we deserve.
yeah, you know, etc., etc.
The plan is simple, gamers.
Sometimes I wish games were less popular. Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is. The more popular something is, that's usually good for most people, but it does attract larger groups of horrible people, such as life, eh? I'm just saying, like, you know, if anime ever fucking dies a terrible death, I guess there's a guarantee I could start making videos about video games instead. Well, maybe not, but, you know. Who knows? Like, I like to think there's a replacement there. I've been like picking at this for a while accidentally. Like, I haven't really done much to this Sasaki in a little bit of time. What am I even doing here? I've just been like touching it up, like really dabbling at it. I need to like figure out what I'm doing with this Tasaki. Sure, anything I could. It might be worth bringing a little bit more of that element to it. And then sweeping the other way a little bit more. Guess I could do a little bit more on the shirt, maybe. Wait, where's Jose? Because Jose was wearing some more. Oh, you can't even see the shit on him. Okay, never mind. Oh, did I pen? Oh, no, there's another. Okay. I need to zoom in a bit more because when I'm that far out, my pen alignment isn't great. It starts losing its accuracy. Probably because I turned off all the little circles. Because I was doing some capture for like green screening. So I turned off all the reticles, which is fine for most of the time, but yeah, when you like are that far out, like, without the reticle, you are a bit not quite aligned correctly. Which again, I might need to adjust my pencil, my pen alignment a little bit, but we'll see. Honestly, I'm not really feeling any of these sort of like, it's like unnecessary linership. I think it would be fine like this if it's just coloured. All right, let's move on to the next step of which I always love to do in this. This is a fun little fun game. I'm going to use colorize all to get an underpainting to see what wacky colours it gives me on top of this image, which I probably won't use, but it's still fun to have. the stoker to make a video on anime. Oh, nice. I don't know, the joke would run flat very quick. Oh my god, Yazzie, gaming was never fucking cool, you absolute dork. Oh my fucking god, you did not grow up when gaming was cool. Gaming was never cool, it was always embarrassing. Gaming has never been, like, more accepted as it is now. It was never fucking cool. Anyone playing a fucking Nintendo system was fucking a dork to shit. Anyone playing a PS2, like, all night, kind of a fucking loser. Like, there's never been a time where people have been considered cool gamers. Only in the reality of film, perhaps, in some certain circumstances. Oh my god, that's so funny. Cool fucking gamers. Never heard that one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know crunch culture. Those statements remind me of when higher demand for game production these days due to Alright, to be fair, Ray... It is Ray, right? No, it's Ray. Oh, sorry, Ri. It's Ri. Sorry. Maku. I thought your name was Ray for a second. Alright, so Maku. The crunch culture has been around since the beginning of the industry. This is the faltering that they pretend it only has been happening recently. It's always been there. Maybe it probably has gotten worse with recent, but it has always been there. E.T. on the Atari 2600 was made on crunch, effectively. It was made in an incredibly short period of time for a video game. I think they were given like 2 months, when like most games at the time would, you know, double, triple those numbers, whatever it would be. The idea of like the crunch being like worse now, not necessarily true. I think crunch has always been a problem. It's just that it's a more talked about problem now. Like you hear about, I mean, I heard an article not so long ago about something called Nintendo Time. Nintendo Time is like super crunch that was done at Nintendo during the period of like 2000 to 2008 at least. It might still happen, but during the 2000 to 2008 period there were some ex-Nintendo employees who talked about Nintendo Time, a process where at 11 o'clock at night Shigeru Miyamoto comes into the office and goes, "It's Mario time," and you have to work until all night. You got to keep going the whole night. And that happens whenever he shows up. And he'll leave around 2 a.m. whatever, and he'll be like, maybe you should calm down, but it's Mario time, baby. You gotta work all night. They say the crunch at Nintendo was like out of fucking hell works. And even seeing old interviews with Iwata, they talk about how it was in the 80s, and they're saying like, Jesus fucking Christ, it was worse back then than it is now. At least for them, like there were more rules in the 2000s than there was no hold bars back in the 80s by the sounds of it when they were young. So yeah, these cultures, they've been around for a long time. But yeah, I guess when things are more popular, the demand gets higher, and then the productions get bigger, and then there can be even more problems. But yeah, it's always been around in some form. What tablet am I using? I'm using a Canvas 16 Huon. Then they got replaced with the word sumo. Nice. Just like whatever word you can hit on the young people, right? I don't know. I don't know if being a gamer is cool right now, currently. I guess if you're like a famous, attractive gamer who streams and has like a big old floppy controller stick, maybe you're cool. By retrospective, being a cool personality person that people happen to watch to play video games. But I don't know if games are particularly cool. Maybe cooler than they were before. But only particularly in like, I mean, I don't know if people are going like, fuck dude, that guy over here, that guy's a fucking, that guy's got my number. He's been playing fucking Mario. He's been playing Mario Sunshine on a Dolphin emulator flawlessly at 60 FPS. He's been using the uncapped mod for Dolphin emulating Sunshine. I'm getting fucking, I'm steaming over here. I'm steaming. This boy is so cool. Like, come on. I mean, Yazzie, it seems like German people were pretty like sicko mode. They went like pretty hardcore on the whole topic of gaming. Especially with like censorship and stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. The it's been coloured. I didn't even see that before. I haven't even seen the screen in a while. The Saki has been coloured. It is a little bit horrific. I will give it that. It is a little bit horrific. And my screen is probably a little bit glazed out with its flux on right now. But there are definitely some colours in here that could be used later. That is true. I think there is something there. Bring it back down a bit. I think that's gonna be quite fun. Like in this position. Maybe like at 30, something like that. And then when you go one step up, you bring the blue out of his shirt. Then you get out a nice yeah, that one probably did. Oh, what's going on there? That doesn't look blue. Why is that? Oh, it might be my screen. Alright, never mind. Oh. 'He looks like he's had a couple hits as he missed it exactly. "16 by 16 explosions are pretty intense, guys. The Germans might know what they're talking about." Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when something is banned in the modern day, right? It can't be sold openly with no ads for it. It means things are a lot harder to get. They're rationed. Like, you can't really ban things from being the black marketed. Let's save it for now. Let me see what it actually looks like for a second. Oof. Oh, that screen's bright. Oh. Why does the brush look so grey? Well, I can always adjust it, I guess. Let's get one up here. Let's grab. How do they get that colour from that? What is wrong with this thing? There's nowhere close to that colour. Maybe it's the brush I'm using. Maybe a simple wash will do. Why has it gone so grey? What's happening? Where's the colour in these brushes? What is happening? Why are they not doing what they're supposed to? It's weirded me out a little bit. I'm gonna have to adjust it later, I guess. Makes no sense. What is happening with the colour? Have I set this canvas to like black and white or something? Huh. That's really weird. Okay, let me just try. Oh wait, that's a locked canvas, isn't it? Yeah, what the hell's going on? Why is it coming out grey? I set the canvas to black and white or something. Let me have a look at my preferences. I think I need the current image. What would it be? Should have been edit. Like canvas properties. Canvas properties. Alright, here we go. Oh, okay. Basic expression. There we go. That's the problem. Alright. I wonder if we can turn that off. sorry, I've lost what my thingamajig is. If they had it in the back and you were over 18, you could buy it, but of course the store stocks a kind of thing that nobody knows about yet. It's true. Does he always wear shaded glasses? I think these are just his glasses, but they're just tinted. Yeah, I do have my fair pair of them somewhere, as well as the ones I'm wearing now, which are screen glasses. I mean, I don't know, he probably doesn't wear them in bed, but who knows. Tinted, yeah, I mean, they'd be tinted, yeah. If I was to go like there. There we go, that's a real strong colour, that's nice. Give me this blue shirt. I think I'm going to add some more hair on the side. Right, so I don't know if we're going to colour. Yeah, some colour here. That's fine. Now, go on this layer, get the pencil back, let's get back to it. So I think like Rikishi over here, could be some merits in having a bit more hair here, including Interesting. Actually, so let's do what this is doing. Screw this bit down here. I don't think we need this bit. I think it's fine. We could just have a tiny bit like that. Yeah, there we go. There was something there, though I might need to carve into it a bit. Wait, what? CJ? Yeah, I mean, KOK did a Yasuke designs, didn't he? They look good. There's a really interesting history about Yasuke. I have a book on it. Yeah, that's coming together quite nicely. Colors could probably do some work, but that's a pretty good beginning. See, ooh, so this is where it gets fun, I guess. So if I was to move that one for a second and remove you two. Oh, so there's something there. Where did you come from? Oh, you probably don't need you anymore. Right, if I create a new layer, so put that shade there, I can start painting some shade. Big brush too. Alright. So those are shady areas. Color burn. Oof. Too strong. Linear burn. Too dark. Darken. We lose a bit too much in that one. Go darken. Split that in half, right? Yeah, the tint's nice. Go with the tint if you can get it. Why not? You can even choose the colour, I'm sure. If you have to wear them all the time, might as well look stylish. Right? Actually, yeah, I gotta be careful about this. Some of these decisions. Because, yeah, the face shape is actually going the other way. So I should probably swipe it that way. Make sure that the lines follow the contours. One. Oh. Wrong thing again. What's going on there? It's just blocking that one. Now we're going to go to normal. Actually, no, that's not good. I can't show cat, I'm afraid. We can't show cat because the camera link is not working. So there is no cat. Only the echo of a cat. Hello. You coming back, are you? You gonna sit? standing still on me, or? She's coming for some attention, unfortunately not on camera. What is it? What is it, huh? Yeah. So you get it. Cat is maybe like 18 or 20, somewhere between 18 and 20. Lines here. Also might be better too. Just like that. God, I'm really trying to figure out what the pattern here would be. Right, might just be getting rid of most of it to begin with. No, I meant in normal human years. It's human years. So the issue of the image we're looking at, right, is Rikishi's big old fringe is creating a lot of the shadow there, where Dazaki is all pretty bold. He's balding, he doesn't have the fringe blocking out the shadows. So it's a different lighting situation. So we probably could go to some. bother to do that. Nope. Darker. Nope. Okay. Blue scale. Nope. 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 Alright, maybe we're good. Yeah, she's pretty old. She's doing okay there for an old cat. She's kind of blind and losing her tooth. She's losing her teeth occasionally, but she's still functioning. Ooh. So if we got out, let's see, what kind of pattern do we see on the shading here? We have plane to your face. Then it's like, yeah. Move a couple of these lines. No. Alright. Okay. For now... What else is here? That's probably good enough. I think we're here. All right. Oh. God, I went for a very long time. I wouldn't expect it to stop. Alright, well, that's how it goes sometimes. There we go. Probably did on that. Let's try again. All right, one more time. There we go. It's weird to get Half-Life censored considering the kind of game it is. It's not really a game for kids anyway. Okay. So we're back to this music. It's probably time to start wrapping things up. My final. Oh. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, that's a shame. Fade out. I always hate it when enemies fade out. How often do I stream? Usually once a week. Though the day tends to change quite dramatically. I like to try and keep it to Wednesdays and Sundays, but nowadays you might get Monday. I don't know. I'll probably try and make a post more in like the community tab before I do. I usually kind of just go in there. Just do it, you know? God, how crispy. Okay, that's kind of nice. A little bit of a boost down the blues. Deep fried Tasaki indeed. Yeah, I generally just post things on Twitter these days. My Instagram got scuffed, like I said earlier, which means I might just delete it at some point. Maybe I'll start a new one. I don't know, I don't... Probably not, because I don't like... The issue with Instagram is that they want you to upload on your phone, or through some sort of weird secondary program to upload it. Last time I was using it, I don't know if you can actually upload from your computer these days, but like, it's such a faff. I'd rather just keep it on Twitter, really. Let's wrap it up. How about we add... Alright, there we go. There. I'll post it on Twitter. There we go. And then I can worry about. Let's save the image, and I can worry about if I'm doing anything more with it later. All right. Let's wrap it all up. Okay. So I'm gonna close off some programs now. Boop. Okay. It's just past, oh god, it's past midnight now, jeez. So, I'm gonna post it here. Yep. I've got it on. I'm on my Twitter right now. You can probably find my Twitter in the description if you aren't following it. And I'm about to post the Dasaki drawing as it stands currently. And there we go, posted. We did it. Okay, let me just look for here. Do. Okay. Hope everyone enjoyed that one. However it stands. Okay. So I guess it's time to say goodbye. Pretty epic. I think at times I was a little maybe intensely focused, so I was not entertaining the chat as much as maybe I should. But when I start entertaining the chat, I stop drawing. So it's like a weird balance. But yeah, thank you very much. Now let's end the stream. All right. Spinning head, signing out. Oh, we almost hit 5 hours. Jeez. All right, in a bit.